Hello, good morning, Ashley.
Good morning, ma'am.
Ashley, don't forget to record it, huh?
Yes, ma'am, it's on YouTube, so it definitely gets recorded automatically.
Okay. Thank you, Ashley.
And we begin in time in about 2 minutes.
Okay, fine.
Because we have to do something.
If Dr. Rao is here, then we can begin.
Yes, indeed. I'm here.
Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Thank you.
There are still a few people in the waiting room.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Morning. Looking forward to your paper.
Thank you.
Yes, Esperanto, with great hope.
Ashley, I just request you, in case anybody's mic comes on, if you can just mute them.
We'll do so now. We'll do so.
All right. So shall we begin then?
Sure, ma'am. Please.
Yeah? All right. 66. Ashley, you're sure we can begin?
Yes, ma'am. We have supporting number on YouTube actually. That's just for the other presenters. We'll get the space.
All right, fine. So very good morning to all of you. The human language has evolved over 5 to 7 million years. The English language is believed to belong to the Germanic family, which is itself a part of the broader Indo-European family of languages. Old English, Middle English, Early Modern English, Modern English. The history of the English language has been classified into these broad categories and been traced from the time of the Anglo-Saxons to the present day. Once a vernacular language, it is today the language of power and prestige in most parts of the world. And for that very reason, it is also destined to be challenged and interrogated by those it has marginalized or even silenced. An entire mythology is stored within our language, said the British-Austrian philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein. It is this mythology we hope to unravel at today's conference, discovering the nuances of the English language and linguistics. On behalf of the Department of English of St. Andrews College, our principal, Dr. Mari Fernandez, and Head Department of English, faculty members, Dr. Preeti Oza, Ms. Shruti Warrior, and myself, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. Dr. Claire Cowie, our keynote speaker, who will be joining us a little later, Dr. Giridhar, Dr. Avinash Pandey, and our very own alumnus, Dr. Shireen Irani, all the participating professors, and above all, our dear, dear students. I would now like to invite our principal, Dr. Mari Fernandez, to address you all.
Good morning, all of you, and a warm welcome to our 13th conference. It is our September conference, and we sometimes try and get international speakers. We have succeeded in very many times, and this time too we have with us a person from the University of Edinburgh, and we thank our staff member Shruti Warrior, who worked with her, for inviting her to be our keynote speaker for today. This conference would not have been possible if not for the teamwork and the leadership given by Dr. Susan Lobo. She's now quite a veteran. She knows at a drop of a hat, she will organize these conferences for us and do it with such meticulous care and detail that I'm so proud of her. Thank you, Susan, very much for all that you do for us. And multitasking and doing so many other things is something that I really appreciate and sometimes take for granted. But I know if Dr. Susan is looking after it, things won't go wrong. To assist her, we have Dr. Preeti Oza and Shruti Warrior as our members of the English department. And I must say that we've done fairly well over these years in organizing these conferences and putting together our journal and taking care of all the little things that go into this organization. Our students are our particular pride and joy. I want to thank very specially Ashley Rigo, who has showed so much of promise right from the first year. And in terms of his technical skills, he has even baffled my engineering brother who said, oh, I don't know how he'll manage to do it. But Ashley, very grateful. And I think we have, how many participants are we expecting? We have about 180 have registered, and while 13 may not be the magic number for everyone, I think it is special for us. Okay, so Ashley Rigo, thank you very much. And Chrisanne from RTY BA class. Okay, I'm grateful to you for assisting and helping to organize this online conference. Okay, it has its own challenges. It's perhaps easier, perhaps more difficult, but challenging and different in different ways. So students who are, our students who help us out, our special pride and joy. We can always count on them. I particularly look forward to our first speaker, our special invited speaker for today, Dr. Rao. And yes, the word Esperanto intrigued me. I thought it was perhaps of Italian origin because, the O sound at the end, but I discovered it is not so new. 1857 or something like that. It goes far back. Anyway, we'll hear that from you. But Esperanto and Esperance, I told the department, meant hope. And we look forward, as I said, with great hope and expectation to your paper. We also have Dr. Avinash Pandey with us. Dr. Pandey, warm welcome to St. Andrews. Dr. Claire Cowie, as we said, will join us a little later, time difference, University of Edinburgh. Ms. Borkar, June Dias, my student, former faculty member of St. Andrews, now head of the English department at Casey College. June, are you here? Welcome, warm welcome.
Yes, Dr. Mari, thank you so much.
Ms. Raut, our special invited speaker, and Dr. Shireen Irani, I'm so proud of you. You've been our student, our pride, our joy, yes, our inspiration. Dr. Shireen Irani, are you here with us already?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much for having me.
God bless you, Dr. Shireen Irani, yes. We have Vaanmathi, Dr. Sucharita Sarkar, regular at our conference, and thank you for supporting us always, Dr. Sucharita. Dr. Lakshmi Muthukumar, who's also head at SIES College, okay, always very, very regular at our conferences. So, and Dr. Anusha Ramanathan, we thank you for, accepting our invitation and presenting your paper. We look forward to a intellectual banquet with so many different, papers, so many different perspectives. It's our first venture into language, and I'm sure it's going to be rewarding. So, dear students, please pay very careful attention. Okay, my TY students, SY students, this is a chance for you to expand your horizons and see how much there is to English language and literature that that we are exposed to so far, and I'm sure you'll all learn from it. Don't be reluctant to put your questions if you have any in the chat box, and I'm sure our speakers will be more than happy to address it. Okay, so thank you so much. Over to Dr. Susan.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for those ever kind and encouraging words. It is only because of ma'am's encouragement that we have, organized not just today's conference, but the conferences, throughout each one of the previous 12. So we owe it all to you. I'd just like to remind the participants to just go through the list of instructions and make sure that you keep your audio muted, and that you post your questions only in the chat box or any other concerns that you have, and do not forget to fill up the feedback form. With that, I would like to invite my colleague, Dr. Preeti Oza, to introduce our first speaker for the day. Dr. Preeti.
Thank you, Susan. Very warm welcome to all the dignitaries. Regards to Madam Principal, my senior colleague, Dr. Susan, my junior colleagues, and my dear students. Before just starting with Dr. Giridhar's, profile, the kind of topic what we are going to deal with, that is seeing afresh the world and the world. And I just want to remind my students here that though Madam Principal has said that this is our first conference we are attempting in the field of language and communication. But I would just like to remind that for all of us literature department, English department, or English literature people, our world in fact starts with a word. So I think this is where we are going to connect our word to our own world, and then I don't think we can ever differentiate, or we can ever divide these two things. So this is a very, very prominent theme for all of us. I think this is the time we are going back to our roots, touching upon that very core unit of our world of literature. And we cannot have a better personality to deal with this rather than having Dr. Giridhar Rao with us. Of course, sir has a very, very dynamic, versatile, very, very vibrant personalities, and literary endeavors. When I was going through some of his works online, and then it is really a treasure to go through the kind of work what he has created, a body of work what he has created. To put it in little nutshell, Dr. Giridhar Rao teaches at Azim Premji University. He is dealing with the courses on language and literature in education, English language, pedagogy in multilingual India, children's literature, Esperanto and linguistic democracy, and science fiction. So these are so very newer nuances actually. I mean, if we look at it, because we have been dealing with a lot of canonical areas of literature, and then there are so many things happening outside these four walls of the departments across universities. So this is something which will be a treasure for all of us to deliberate upon. He has published on these themes in English and Esperanto, and his English blog is very beautifully compiled and put up together, called Boli, and it is available on Blogspot. And most of his publications are also available at his university website and academia. And sir, eagerly looking forward to your today's talk to begin with our 13th conference of the Department of English. All yours, sir.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here. Congratulations. 13th conference is not a trivial matter at all. Yes, I know the kind of work that must have gone into making something like this work online, but nevertheless, it is precisely the online medium that permits me or your colleague from Edinburgh to participate. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you to all of you for being here. Before I share my screen and my presentation, I'd just like to quickly say the kinds of things I'm planning to do quickly in the time that's available. The first is to zip through a kind of overview of Esperanto, what it is, how it sounds like, and so on. But in the latter part, a little later, perhaps a little more focus on the nuances of the conference title of what is it that we can learn about language as a human capacity, as a human ability, as a species property, from thinking about Esperanto, and what is it that we can learn about a language in the world, which has a deeply humanistic purpose of bringing people together as humans. What kinds of responsibilities or what kinds of focus such an enterprise should also have. So some of these are open questions, obviously, and this is still very much a work in progress. And as ma'am was saying, it's 137 years old, 135 years old, the language. So it's not new, but it's nothing like any of our in our multilingual reality, any of our languages, which are much, much older. So in itself, it is interesting that there should be a phenomenon like Esperanto, and that it flourishes is an even more remarkable fact. So with that kind of preface, let me share my presentation and take it from there. Maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes of the presentation, and then we'll open it up for a conversation. I look forward to hearing from you all. Just a moment, please. Yeah. I'm assuming that things are okay, and then you can actually see the screen that I want you to see. If it's not the case, please alert me. Right now, I can't see any of you. So a large claim, seeing afresh the word and the world, 20 minutes are hardly enough to do any justice to it, but let's see how far we can go. A quick what, why, so, and so on. What is it? A planned language, Esperanto, is a planned language for international communication. Why should anyone be interested in it? It's easy to learn and fun. And so what happens? Well, you get friends from all these wonderful places, strange, faraway places, without expecting them to have spent years learning, say, struggling with English, as often happens in our country, and not being particularly successful at it. Our room, this conference is no indication, right, of just how difficult people all over the world find another foreign language, in this case English, but in other colonial contexts, post-colonial contexts, French, Spanish, these are major barriers for people, post-colonial peoples everywhere, right? And there is an additional benefit of promoting intercultural dialogue. The conversations my Brazilian friends often include this puzzled question: what is this Indian thing called arranged marriage? This is serious dialogue. This is far beyond bread and butter minimum language, right? So minimum language, let me just give you a quick example of how it sounds. Mia nomo estas Giridhar. Mi estas de Bengaluru. Bengaluru estas la chef urbo de la lando parto, Karnataka. Karnataka estas en Suda Barato, southern India, Bharat, Barato. Barato estas granda lando en la continento Azio. I'm sure you understood all of that without any effort. You must have also noticed that the O's, Barato, Lando, Chef Urbo, all nouns in this language end in O, all. Similarly, Granda Lando, big country, Granda, adjective, all adjectives end in A. Estas, mi estas, Giridhar, mia urbo estas, Bengaluru. Estas is in present tense. Estis is past tense, estos is future tense. And the same thing goes for all verbs. Manjis, manjas at the moment, manjis, ate, and manjos, will eat. Dormas, sleeps, dormis, and dormos. So a regular language, a language with the regularity of parts of speech and regularity of structure, which makes it easier, quite far easier to learn than many other languages. We'll see a little more of that as we go on later in this talk. This is the man who designed this language, Zamenhof, Zamenhof, born in 1859, the year, incidentally, that Macaulay died. There's no connection, of course. And 1917, Zamenhof dies, so just over a century ago. And at the height of the First World War. So here was a man who designed a language explicitly to bring humanity together, and then more or less disappointed and heartbroken in 1917 at the massacre happening in Europe then. So interesting to think about that as well. And yet the language that he has designed and given us seems to be doing quite well. What about his own language profile? He spoke Russian, Polish, and German fluently, Yiddish, French, Hebrew, Greek, Latin, and English less well, some knowledge of Spanish and Lithuanian and Volapük. In 1887, July 1887, he published La Unua Libro. Now, you Esperantists will understand that Unua ends in an A, must be an adjective, Libro, book ends in an O, must be a noun, La Unua Libro. Some original poetry he wrote, but he also did a considerable amount of translation. the Old Testament, Hamlet, Goethe, Heine, Schiller, Gogol, a range of material, not technical manuals, you notice, not engineering manuals of medical texts, but poetry and literature. There was apparently a very strong belief that if it doesn't sound good, if it doesn't work well as aesthetically, it's not likely to be taken up at all. I mentioned in the previous slide this language, Spanish, Lithuanian, and Volapük. Volapük, yes, Volapük was another plant language designed a decade earlier, initiated a decade earlier by a priest, a Jesuit called Schleyer. So Esperanto was certainly not the first plant language. No. There are over 1,000 such projects through human history. Just imagine that, 1,000 such projects. Here's a list of plant languages, starting only with the letter A. I don't even know how the first one is pronounced. Awanian, Eble, perhaps, I don't know. Right up to A's. And this list is from the Esperanto Wikipedia, Listo de Planlingvoj, list of plant languages. Esperanto, in fact, has turned out to be a repository, a place where a lot of information about other projects is to be found. So if you're interested in constructed languages, planned languages of various kinds, Esperanto is one place where your research can begin. A vast amount of information is available about other projects, how they work, why they don't work, what are the social features of those communities, and so on. Ease of learning. So let's see a little more about what I mean by this. Take the word for horse in Esperanto. It's a noun, so it must end in an O. Ĉevalo. C with a hat is a ch, cho. Ĉevalo. Female, ĉevalino. Baby, ĉevalido. Female baby, ĉevalidino. Place of, ĉevalejo. J is pronounced like a Y, as in German and Germanic languages, many. Ĉevalejo, and horse-like is ĉevala, adjective, right? So notice the regularity of it. Ĉevalo, ĉevalino, ĉevalito, ĉevalidino, ĉevalejo, and ĉevala. If you were to say that I know the word family for horse in English, you would need at least to know these words, right? Horse, stallion, mare, foal, colt, filly, stable, horse-like, and equine. 9 words, 9 spellings, 9 etymologies, 9 reasons for a nightmare, different kind of mare. So this ease of learning, this ease of using the affixes, and the same thing can be done with elefanto. So elefantejo would be a place of an elephant, wherever that is, a grove perhaps, I don't know where, perhaps a forest, right? Elefanta is elephant-like, elephantine, right? So the same series, you can see how effective the word formation is. I don't even need to know a separate word for shed. Ĉevalejo, elefantejo, hundejo, hundo is dog. Hundejo would be a kennel, a place where a dog lives, right? Or a house, maybe. Some more suffixes. The suffixes and prefixes together are called affixes, as you know. Affixoi. Arbo is a tree. Arboreal, the English word. Arbaro, AR is the suffix for a group of things. So arbaro becomes a forest. And analogously, vortaro is a dictionary. Homaro, Homo sapiens, humanity, right? You can see how effective strategy for word formation this is. Il is a tool, IL. So scribi is to write. Scribilo is a pen. Scribilaro, combine the 2 suffixes. Il for the tool and AR for collection. Scribilaro, stationery, a bunch of things you need to write with, pen, paper, erasers, etc. These suffixes can become words in themselves, another interesting property. So IN, as you saw from ĉevalino, number 2 here on this slide, ĉevalino, IN becomes a word. Ino becomes the word for female. Ido becomes the word for child. Aro becomes the mathematical set, as in set theory, Venn diagrams. Ilo becomes a tool, AO becomes a place. So the words themselves can become, the affixes themselves can become words, lexical affixes. And in fact, they can combine. The standard word for feminism in Esperanto is inismo. Inismo. Ilaro is the standard word for toolkit. One consequence of that is that John Wells's English Esperanto, Esperanto English bidirectional dictionary, which I have a copy of here, as it happens. There you go. The dictionary has only 10,300 entries in Esperanto, headwords entries, but 22,300 in English. So these 10,300 words with the standard suffixes are quite enough to express those 22,000 English words. So the English section is much thicker as a result. So one consequence is a much more effective use of resources, linguistic resources. The compounds are particularly useful. The word for friend is amico, female friend, amicino, just friends. But if it was a special kind of friend, friends with benefits, I guess, well, you'll have to bring the heart into it somewhere. And coro is the word for heart. So cor amico is boyfriend, and cor amicino is girlfriend, specifically, right? So the compounds offer quite a lot of nuance, quite a lot of complexity to the language. Quick to learn, easy to learn is one other claim being made for Esperanto. These English, French, Chinese take way long, as we all know, those who have struggled with foreign languages. Esperanto, how long? Well, the basic French and German, the Alliance Française and the Goethe Institute, their websites say 100 to 200 hours of classes plus homework. Basic Esperanto, 40 hours maximum. So moderate effort, but huge returns. Now you can actually begin to answer that question. Familie arrangita et zigio. A marriage, a marriage arranged by the family. That's what an arranged marriage is. That's how you would start describing it to your Brazilian friend. Last night, in fact, I was chatting with a Brazilian friend, and I told him that tomorrow I'll be speaking to college students and colleagues about Esperanto, and that room, the online room that we were in, had people from a dozen countries. This Brazilian, there was an Italian, a couple of Germans, a couple of French guys, all chatting about complex everyday stuff, not just my name is not that level alone. So it actually worked quite well as for a good hour or so. But it's more than that, is it not? It's about this idea of linguistic democracy, is it not? The fact that that Brazilian has taken the trouble to learn Esperanto, and so have I. He neither expects me to learn Brazilian Portuguese in order to be able to speak to him, nor do I expect him to spend years learning Hindi. And he certainly doesn't know any English. He doesn't need it. The higher education in Brazil is in Portuguese, is in their mother tongue. So in large parts of the world, beyond a very basic English, people just don't need English. It's a myth to claim that everywhere it is used widely. Of course, it is used widely. That's true, but widely in the English-speaking parts of the world, and elsewhere it is fairly optional and very, very uneven. English language skills are very uneven. So this project, the Esperanto project, is about linguistic democracy, is it not? And otherwise, the world language order currently is something like the following, right? I mean, the current linguistic order expects you to learn someone else's language for years together, and even then achieve only a moderate amount of fluency and ability in that language. So such an arrangement is fundamentally undemocratic, is it not? That you learn someone else's language, spend years doing so, and then do so only imperfectly. Once again, this conference is not typical at all of the situation in India. This is such an important idea that let me say it again, but this time let me say it in another language. Let me say it in Hindi. आज की भाषा प्रणाली कुछ इस तरह की है कि कुछ लोगों को जन्म से फायदा पहुंचाती है और बाकियों से ये चाहती है कि वो सालों भर की कोशिश करें, वर्षों भर का प्रयास करें। और किस लिए? एक मामूली काबिलियत हासिल करने के लिए, एक साधारण योग्यता प्राप्त करने के लिए। ऐसी भाषा प्रणाली तो बुनियादी तौर पर अलोकतांत्रिक है. It's fundamentally undemocratic. So this is a movement for linguistic democracy. When we think about world languages and communicative justice in the world, right? We need to ask some hard questions, difficult questions. And Esperanto is one of the places where these questions are addressed. Take another asymmetry in the world's traffic of cultural traffic. This one is about translation. UNESCO maintains an index of translations between 57 and 66, 1957 and 66. This about 70% of the translations were just from these big four languages: English, French, German, and Russian. 70%. All the world's other languages accounted for only 30% of the translations. So these big four provided 70% of the source texts because they are big, they're big languages, right? But it's a completely skewed distribution. In Esperanto, the number of translations are, of course, far smaller than the UNESCO index gives us. But the proportion is almost exactly inverse. Between 1957 and 66, there were just 304 translations, but half of those were from Chinese, Vietnamese, Dutch, and Japanese. This is in the 1950s, 60s. Yeah. A more recent figure, between 1991 and 2003, only 30% came from the big four out of 1,000 or so translations. And there were 5% each from these languages: Yiddish, Portuguese, Polish, Chinese, Japanese, Hungarian. So you actually get, in an Esperanto reading world, you are exposed to literature from completely from cultures that you normally wouldn't encounter at all in your usual diet of translated works, translated literature. So the traffic is far more culturally equitable in Esperanto. So another example of a larger question to do with language and culture, which Esperanto takes seriously on board and tries to do something about it. And translations include such as these: Asterixo, ce la Olimpiae ludoi, Asterix at the Olympic Games. Lovely translation, hilarious. That humor should work, and verbal humor of this order, as you know, Asterix is often quite difficult to think of translating, and yet the Esperanto translations work beautifully. I found myself loving the Esperanto one and then going back to the English one to say, oh, did they do it differently? Yes, they did it differently, because their source text was not the French translation. It was the original, sorry, it was not the English translation, it was the French original. So the decisions made are pretty interesting. How does one learn? How does one get to dive into this at least? Well, there's a free website called Lernu, which translates to let us learn, lernu.net. That's one place. And of course, there is Duolingo, quite well known as a platform for learning languages, and Esperanto among them. So what does the community look like after 130 whatever years? Well, there is the World Esperanto Association, Universala Esperanto Asocio. I'm a member of that, headquartered in Rotterdam at the moment. 18,000 members in 111 countries. One of the previous presidents of this was my mentor, Prabal Dasgupta, who's now in Kolkata. Over 800,000 active learners on Duolingo. Active learners are apparently those who have opened the app and worked or done something on it in the last 3 months. There's some parameter, but quite a large number. About 150 to 200 books are published every year, which is not bad at all for a small language. There's the Esperanto Wikipedia, which is pretty big. It's one of the biggest Wikipedias with 3 lakh articles, 300,000 articles. Every year there's an annual conference. In 2018, before the pandemic, there was one in Lisbon, then the 104th, 103rd, 104th. So for a long time, this community has had the experience of coming together for a week or 10 days every year in some place in the world, right? And basically spending that entire week or 10 days entirely in Esperanto. 103, 103rd, 104th was in Finland. Last couple of ones had to be online, of course. The 107th in 2022 next year is in Montreal. And there are flourishing online communities on Facebook, Twitter, Eternity. So it is a fairly vibrant community, and we have a small group in Bengaluru also called Berro, which is a nice way to say berry also. Blackberry, blueberry, berry, Berro. Bengaluru Esperanto Rencontillo. The Indian Esperanto Association was set up in 1982 and has been puttering along. You may not have heard of it, but that's the way community is small in India. And here's a group of us meeting up in Cubbon Park, a lovely place, lovely people. That little book, the green book that she has in her hand, Sucharita has in her hand, is The Giving Tree, a translation of Silverstein's classic, The Giving Tree, in Esperanto. So I began with some bread and butter Esperanto, Mia nomo estas, mi estas de Bengaluru, Bengaluru estas, etc. Let me, towards the end with some gourmet Esperanto. So let's do a couple of gourmet dishes. What is more gourmet than poetry, right? So here's a sample. It's a verse by Fairs in an English translation, and then in my Esperanto translation. The original goes, Raat yu dil mein teri khoi hui yaad aayi. Raat yu dil mein teri khoi hui yaad aayi. जैसे वीराने में चुपके से बाहर आ जाए, जैसे सहराओं में हौले से चले बादे नसीम, जैसे बीमार को बेवजह करार आ जाए, बेवजह. Genius आदमी था. Last night your faded memory filled my heart, like spring's calm advent in the wilderness, like the soft desert footfalls of the breeze, like peace somehow coming to one in sickness. This is Victor Kiernan's translation. And the Esperanto, Nocte venis en la coron via memoro, kiel en sovageion quieta printempo, kiel en deserton lanta vento, kiel al malsanul ial pazzo. One last piece of gourmet, Shakespeare. Yeah, the famous Sonnet 18 as an example for an English conference also, right? Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds to shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and oft is his gold complexion dimmed, and every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou own'st, nor shall death brag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou growest. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. This has been translated at least twice into Esperanto, as far as I know. My translation, or the translation I'm going to recite, is by Reto Rossetti, who an Italian Esperantist who spent many years in the UK. Sonetto de Coq de Shakespeare, traducita de Reto Rossetti. Ciu mi comparu vin al tag somera, vi estas ja pli bela cae serena, mai floroin ofte vipas vent severa, cae tro maldauras la somero bena. Ien brulas la oculo del cielo, ien vualigas gia vido ora, cae iam senbeligas ciu belo, la voi natura, au profat rigora. Sed iam nevelcos via plen somero, but thy eternal summer shall not fade. Sed iam nevelcos via plen somero, nec declinigios del bellezzo nuna. La morto vin ne tenos con fiero, se vin la vers eterna gardas iuna. Dum homo spiros, cae oculoi vidos, vivante and vivanta vers visidos. Thank you. Questions, comments, queries, agreements, disagreements?
Thank you for such a beautiful renditions, and it was wonderful experience, sir.
Thank you.
Very, very novice, ignorant with the language, and still able to, just enjoy it, flow with the flow. I think that's the beauty of the language. So thank you so much for that final 10 minutes. Would love to have questions, comments from the audience.
Oops.
You may put it on the chat box, or if you just would like to directly ask sir, then unmute yourself and just interact with sir.
Dr. Rao, thank you for this wonderful presentation. I thoroughly enjoyed it. The language, since I know a little bit of French, seemed to have the French influence because, manger and all that kind of thing you mentioned. And it's so very wonderful. Yes, and easy to understand, I think. And
yes.
Certainly,
right? Certainly, if you know French, it is much easier. About 70% of the root words, the radicoi, about 70% of those come from the Romance languages, the Latin-derived languages,
right.
French, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, Romanian. And about 30% come from Germanic roots, and a smaller percentage from Slavic roots.
Slavic, right, that's right. So this ending in O is, I think, very typical of the Italian language, isn't it? It's not so much, you don't see so much in French.
Yes, true. It's not even in Italian. There are many O ending words in many languages, especially in the Romance languages.
Right.
But the regularity is not insisted on in other languages, right? Esperanto insists on it. If it is an Esperanto noun, it has to end in O.
Okay, yeah. When we were young, we used to speak something called the P language. I don't know. So it just reminded me of that. Since you're insisting on the O, I had in fact mentioned it to my students. They used to say we used to have a P language for those who are not in the group to use, so that they wouldn't understand. Yeah, I don't know if Dr. Susan and Dr. Preeti use that P language.
We used to have that, and we used to use it for our just internal communication, kind of a coded something,
coded language,
some secret this thing. But then yes, it was fun to do that. Of course, it was a very, very amateur way to do it. But yes, ma'am, we agree that it was.
Yeah.
When we used to be in the universities, yes. Sir, there is a question in the chat box.
There are a couple of them.
Yeah, there are some questions, and very interesting questions. Amol is putting first question, sir. And Amol is asking, what is the scope of this language in future?
Not easy to say, because some of it is obscure, right? We don't know what the future will bring. So, for example, if one of the claims of the language is that the Brazilian and the Indian can communicate without having to learn each other's language. Now, suppose 10 years from now, technology can do that just as well. I really don't need to learn Brazilian Portuguese. I speak in Hindi into my phone, and my Brazilian friend understands it in Portuguese, and conversely speaks in Portuguese, and I understand in Hindi. So if technology can solve that fundamental problem of basic communication, for example, then Esperanto will have to rethink, right? I mean, it claims that it forms a bridge language, which was true in a pre-technological world. So it will need to, in that sense, we don't know where it will go. But at another level, think of this, that look at the attempt of a language which also tries to bring people together. And ask yourself, are the big languages in India or elsewhere in the world, are they doing that? Or are they insisting that other people learn their language, and they themselves do very little to learn anyone else's language. Bangalore is full of friends from IT workers from Gurgaon, from Delhi, who've lived here for a decade and have not picked up even basic Kannada. They don't think they need it. English speakers, have you heard native speakers of English speaking Tamil or Telugu or Kannada? Very few, hardly any. So there is a massive asymmetry of power, and Esperanto is trying to address that. So in that sense, it may be an interesting thing to keep track of and understand how language and power work. So I don't know if that answers your question about the scope of the language, future of the language. But for me, it has opened a lot of doors of equal communication. I thought I had the keys of the world in my pocket because I knew English. And then I discovered these whole bunch of friends who are now lifelong friends, whom I wouldn't have been able to communicate with in English at all. They just don't need it. So in that sense, it is really a bridge building language between cultures and communities. And heaven knows we need dialogue, right? In this time of in this day and age, we badly need intercultural dialogue. And here is a resource for that, where people with moderate effort can actually participate in a conversation, serious conversation about women's rights, about terrorism, about environmental pollution, all of which are international issues. They're not specific to India or anything. Sorry, long answer, but I think just sort of laying out this. Since we are thinking about nuance in the conference, I thought much more than just English should be part of our thinking. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, very rightly put. And then I think India, we are already, we have always been struggling with that language politics. Maybe it's a 2-language formula, 3-language formula. It's as per the new education policy. And of course, when we put it in a little macrocosm, the global concept, maybe English versus the Oriental also is like a very ongoing, subtly, conflicting kind of a equation. Again, China removing itself earlier from English and then now coming all the way, entering into that English, equation. I think this particular way to look at it, like very secular, I can say, very, very, non kind of bias thing. It's a very wonderful way to reach out for this intercultural, exchanges. Very wonderfully put, sir. Thank you. So there is one more question from Sasha. She's asking whether is this an official language of any country? So you are muted. Please unmute yourself.
Sorry. Yes. No, it is not an official language in any country. It is part of the educational system in several countries. You can get, just as you can learn a foreign language in Hungary, for example, you can learn French and get a certification of competence in French. You can do that with Esperanto as well. In a few countries, in a few places in the world, it's one of the foreign languages that can be learned at a university. But otherwise, the political will to make it official in any sense hasn't happened. So there are declarations, nice words from various places, such as UNESCO, about Esperanto, but that's about it. For the rest, it works on a people-to-people basis of communication.
There's no literature then on Esperanto.
Oh, there's vast amounts of literature.
I mean, in sense of novels and okay.
150 to 200 books are published every year, and half of those are original writing. About half of those are translations.
Oh, excellent.
So yeah, so I've been translating Gandhi's autobiography and
into Esperanto. Oh, I see. Wow.
I've translated Affairs and Manto as well.
Oh,
so it is especially since, as I said, for my European friends and my Western friends who speak Esperanto, Japanese friends who speak Esperanto, all of them have been inundated with translations from these big 4 or 5 languages. So hardly anyone knows has read any Urdu literature, for example. So it becomes one more way of bringing your culture to the table, to the conversation, you know.
Very interesting, sir. Maybe I think this works as in favor of Esperanto as the language, as it is not yet established as a official language of any country. Maybe this is also giving a kind of a very free flow exchange to all this literary translation.
And it's conscious. So yes, you're right. So if Germany were to adopt Esperanto as one of its major platforms for transmitting German culture, we'd be flooded with state-sponsored or state-supported publishing industry publishing in German material in Esperanto.
Yes.
So that is
yes.
Yes.
It works in favor of this language, I guess. Yes.
The way.
One more question, sir. How does it support English language? Tina is asking this question.
That's
and in between, there is one query about, can you please put that website to learn Esperanto, sir?
Lerno.net.
Yes.
Just a moment. I've just typed it in the chat box. Check it out. How does it support English? It supports English by asking English to think a little bit more about its role. So it supports English by asking difficult questions, saying, are you a language that is fair? If not, can you be fair? Can English? Can you please be fair? What does fairness look like in language? So for example, as English teachers, people teaching the language and working in the education space, all of us, 30, 40 years ago in India, there was a huge emphasis on speaking English the way the British speak it, or something like that, that there is an RP, received pronunciation, towards which you are working towards. Currently, there is much less emphasis on that in English pedagogy in India, because we recognize that there is a legitimate variety called an Indian English, or Indian Englishes, if you like, and world Englishes generally. So the pedagogic emphasis, the emphasis on teaching it the way, or hearing it the way we think they do, that has changed. And that is in some sense an opening up of English, right? To say that, okay, there is a legitimate variety in India where people speak differently, and there is intercomprehension. Now, Esperanto asks you to think like that, to think about inclusion, to think about fairness, to think about politeness, to think about cultural assumptions, because it's constantly doing it for itself. So English speakers who learn Esperanto actually become a little more sensitive, because they realize that, there are serious demands being made on other people to learn their language. Likewise, my French friends who learn Esperanto, my Spanish friends who learn Esperanto, become less colonial in their thinking about language and power. So in that sense, it I think supports English by asking English to do some difficult thinking.
Structure-wise, I think the English language and the foreign languages follow the same structure grammatically.
Well, no, they're quite different, right? I mean, maybe I didn't understand you. For example,
when we first studied English grammar, we had the accusative and dative case and that kind of thing. So, would you say that the structure of the language would be, in that sense, similar to the European structure? Perhaps it would be, wouldn't it?
It was deliberately simplified, the language. So there is an accusative marker in Esperanto. So the equivalent of the ko in Hindi, billi ne chuhe ko khaya.
Yeah.
The ko is the marker for that it's the victim, right? Something is being done to it. So there is a similar particle, the letter N indicates that the rat is the victim in that story, in that sentence. Lakato manjis la raton. So because of that accusative marker, raton, because of that N, word order in Esperanto is much more flexible. So you can begin the sentence with the raton, la raton lakato manjis. So long as the N is indicating who's the victim, there's no confusion. Unlike in English, which is relatively rigid word order because there is no marker. The cat ate the rat. You can't interchange it. The meaning changes. So in that sense, there is much greater flexibility. And this comes in very useful for my Japanese Esperantist friends, my Chinese Esperantist friends, because the word order in their languages is not the English subject, verb, object word order. And so they find Esperanto sentences much easier to form without errors because of this little thing called the accusative marker. So in that sense, it frees up the ability to speak Esperanto using a word order that is from your own language. So you don't leave your language at the door the way we often ask our children to do so in schools in India. Leave your language outside, it's like footwear. Esperanto is saying in this temple of modernity, please bring it in, please bring it in. It is a resource, we will use it. So proverbs from your own languages please translate them into Esperanto so that we can use them and so on. So there's much greater, simply a sense that just open up the space more. And I found it quite liberating after all the rules that I had to learn for being an English speaker. This was quite liberating as an attitude towards language learning. So it was a pleasure to learn the language. It was not a chore. It was not a burden.
We have been exposed. I think I've been exposed the first time to this Esperanto, and I'm sure since our students here are with us, they'll also find that this might be the language of the future. Who knows?
It's certainly the language of the present for me. I use it because of the internet now. It's like I said. I mean, I could be in a chat room yesterday for a couple of hours. There was another talk happening in the London Esperanto Club last night, and there was a speaker from the United States speaking about Hebrew, the structure of Hebrew, and so on. So otherwise, these are things that I would hardly hear about. A couple of weeks ago, there was a talk again there in the Antwerp Club on names of microbes. Why would anyone? Somebody was interested in it. So you get exposed to a lot of interesting material from across the world.
Sure. Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much. Really very interesting.
You're welcome.
Susan, would you like to ask?
Yeah. Dr. Rao, I'm wondering, you said Esperanto has been around for more than 100 years. Why do you think, and despite it being simpler, as you said, structurally and in other ways, and free of, this ideological baggage and very kind of idealistic in its, in its objectives and all of that, why do you think it has not made the kind of, global presence that it should have? I mean, the only reason we are hearing about it now is because you are here.
Well, it's not surprising.
And this is also the generation of the internet. I mean, I don't think any of my students have ever heard of this either.
Yeah. Well, it's not surprising actually we have an illusion that information flows freely. In fact, I visit only half a dozen websites for my news consumption, and there are millions out there. There are hundreds of thousands of websites. So actually, the fact that I have invested so much time and effort in learning English well has also meant that I have not invested anything like that time into finding out about other initiatives. So the doors that English has opened for me, other doors have closed because of the same process of so much time and effort. If there is no state backing, it's very, very hard for something to come into public consciousness. So if you think about it, where would Esperanto information come to you from? How would you even know about it? So there are, as I said, 300,000 articles in the Wikipedia in Esperanto. But what is 300,000? It's a drop in a very big ocean of information. So it's not surprising that we have not heard of it. I'm just wondering just how many other such initiatives there are all over the world, which I don't know about either. Simply because I am on a planet with 24 hours a day, and there's a focus. Also, as a matter of comparison, 130 years is not very much in the history of a language. And for a language which was one speaker 130 years ago, if there are, as I said, 8 lakh or 10 million users of Esperanto at whatever level today, we don't know. We actually don't have a worldwide census. We don't know. Language numbers are in any case difficult, but we don't know. If there are a million, let us say, or 100,000 even, that's a substantial increase in numbers, right? 100,000 fold. You can do the same kind of math about books in Esperanto. So although it seems small, maybe the progress has not been as insignificant as we think. At least that's how it seems to me. But you're right, a very large amount of my effort in the last 20, 30 years in India has been to say something like this exists. Even that is news for a lot of educated people, a lot of people who are otherwise quite well informed about the world. I'm not talking about provincial experiences. I'm talking about urban experiences like ours. Even there, just introducing that something like this exists is news. We may be running out of time. I'm just sort of
Sir, I was just about to remind you as a moderator of this session, the most difficult duty is to just stop or maybe interrupt that interaction.
Perfectly.
But sir, it's a pleasure to have you with us, sir. And in fact, you have opened up so many other areas of queries, and then I'm sure our participants today would like to explore this area in future. And so we would like to connect to you in case of any queries, specific queries from our participants.
Yes.
And, thank you so much for being with us today, sir. And looking forward to many more such pleasurable, conversations with you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Susan, all to you now.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti, for moderating the session, and Dr. Rao for, as you said, it was like breaking news, for many of us. And you very kindly given your email address for students and others who would like to contact you in the future for a little more knowledge about this new language. It is my proud privilege to invite our next speaker, Dr. Avinash Pandey. Dr. Pandey has been a faculty member in the Department of Linguistics, the University of Mumbai since 2004. His recent publications have been in areas such as semantics, pragmatics, educational linguistics, especially multilinguality in education, and language in society, etc. He has carried out research projects in the areas of machine-human interaction, linguistic landscape, as well as orality. And he publishes in both English and in Marathi. And today he's going to talk to us about why linguistics, why English. And I'm sure coming right after the previous talk on an alternative language to English, this talk is going to give rise to more questions and maybe more debate about what the status of English is and why we should even study the language the way that we do. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Rao. Sorry, I'd like to welcome Dr. Pandey, and you're free to share your screen.
Thank you, Dr. Lobo. I'll just share my screen. Thank you to the organizers for having me over here. I'm using a Word document instead of a PowerPoint as I want this session to be an interactive session. So I would request the participants to feel free to unmute yourself and ask questions while we are discussing. I would like the questions to come while we are discussing. You can also use the chat box, and I'll try and respond. And the Word document will allow me to type in things as and when you all intervene. So I'll begin my presentation. In my presentation, I wish to focus on a particularly important characteristic of human languages, which is technically referred to as reflexivity. What is reflexivity about? It is about using language to talk about language. So this conference is an example, this seminar or conference is an example of a reflexive use of language. We are using language to talk about a particular language. So let's try and focus on this property of reflexivity. So what are the examples of reflexivity that we have? So as I mentioned, this conference is one such example. But in our everyday life, we come across questions such as, what does it mean? Or why did you use such a word for me? That's not a nice word to use. Or the word has a nice feel about it. We keep commenting about language, and while commenting on language, we also use language. And often this use of language to talk about language is an indication of control. So we have notions such as good language, bad language, pure, impure, correct, incorrect, polite, impolite. And such usage is often a result of metalinguistic ability. Why metalinguistic? Because we are using language to talk about language, enmeshed with social hierarchy. So it is an interaction between social hierarchy and a metalinguistic ability which all language users have. And this combination makes language a matter of controlling users of language. But what is important to understand is that social hierarchy and metalinguistic unity need not always go hand in hand. And this metalinguistic awareness is something which is unique to all human languages. We do not know of a human language which does not involve discussions about language itself. Would you like to give me some examples of reflexivity, metalinguistic reflexivity, if you all can think of something? I have listed a few just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. But in your own linguistic experience, I'm sure you would have had such you would have come across such usages. Would anybody like to add to this list? No? Okay, please feel free to join in because otherwise it will become more of a monologue. I have visualized this presentation more as a interaction rather than a monologue. So if you can think about it a bit later, we can always go back and write about it.
So if
yes.
Pandey sir, I'm just wondering, at a very broad level, would literary criticism also be something like this? Because then again,
Yes.
using language to discuss and critique language, no, and also critical discourse analysis and those kinds of areas.
Any academic use of language would be, any academic activity would probably involve a metalinguistic ability. Literary criticism is surely one of them. And literary criticism also looks into these notions about good, bad, or correct, incorrect, polite, or appropriate. Is the language use appropriate to a particular genre? So yes, that is a good example. Thank you. In this presentation, I would like to display this metalinguistic ability in action as far as users are concerned. So I will start with some observations about borrowings in Western Hindi, and then expand these observations to a few other languages, and then try and explain this with the help of general linguistic tendencies, and that would help us to understand why we need to understand, or why do we need to go to linguistics in order to understand our metalinguistic abilities, and also draw conclusions regarding the role of English in our life. So C would help us answer the question why linguistics, and D, why English? Why do we need English, and what is the role which English plays in our lives? So let us look at some words which have been borrowed into Western Hindi. In the brackets, I have used some symbols on the International Phonetic Alphabet. I don't think it will be difficult for you all to follow them. So station in Western Hindi is often spoken as station. Spelling would be spelling. School will be school, sphere, speech, spoon, stool. While words like slipper and sleeping is sleeper, sleeping, firak, firuk, fillard, kilat, pilis. So Western Hindi speakers often use English words and they pronounce English words in this particular fashion. And the reason is, why do they do so? Can somebody come in and give talk about some reasons why is the pronunciation the way it is? Any ideas regarding this?
Does it have to do with the class? Because normally people from certain backgrounds, socioeconomic backgrounds, tend to speak Hindi, and specific geographical areas tend to speak Hindi like this, East Station, East School. But the more upper class people, more educated people who also proficient in English don't pronounce the Hindi words the same way.
So it is an indication of social class. Yes, I think we can say that. Indication of social class. But is it because of the class that they speak like that, or because they speak in this way, we think they are of a particular class? What is causing what? Is it because they belong to, say, a working class family that they speak in this way, or because that they speak in this way tells us that they belong to a working class?
I think it goes both ways, no?
Okay. So if it goes both ways, it would not be possible for a working class people not to speak like that. Okay, let's widen this. Any other reasons you can think of? I think we can widen the. This is surely one indication, one correlation. There is surely a correlation between this kind of language usage and social class. Any other reasons one can think
Hello.
of? Yes.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, please.
I guess it is regional impact also. The particular people belonging to particular region, they speak like this. If you go to South India, they will pronounce same English word little bit differently. If you go to North India, they will say little bit differently. So regional impact is there.
So you're saying the role of the mother tongue, probably?
Yes, role of the mother tongue, and the people in that particular area, they speak in a particular way, and therefore the new generation also adopt that way of speaking.
Okay, regional characteristics.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other reason one can think of?
Sir, sometimes it could be just because Hindi was looked down upon at that time, and people just thought very high because they are able to speak English.
Yes. So asymmetrical relationship. English.
Well, yeah. And I think it is because we acquire a language by imitating. So we imitate our environment. Like if a child, even if an upclass child is brought up by a domestic.
We speak like people around us.
Yes, then the child definitely speaks in the same language. So it is because of imitation. The acquisition is by imitation. Like I have seen in Goa that children say tension, fish, but in Karnataka they say fish and tension.
Okay.
So whoever they listen to, they acquire it from them.
So in some sense, it is a combination of the reason two listed here and the act of imitation.
Yes,
so they imitate the regional characteristics.
Yes, and in the modern day schooling system, what has happened is that in provincial areas or in suburban areas, the teacher is not an upclass or an elite person. So many people say the teacher is not good, the school is not good, which is a very sad statement. Owing to this language problem, they say, see, we have such good
poor pedagogy.
Yes, they say we have such good language, but our child is not reading or doesn't have a vocabulary like us. It is because of the acquisition problem in early stages, I think. And
So it is a
children
result
pick up
of
only by 12. After
improper
that,
acquisition, basically.
yes. Like they go to an international school and they will say he won the match. Or they can't even say he won. So it has it want. I don't know, one T is there. Something they have made their own khichdi out of language now.
Okay.
Sad.
Yes.
So one of our students says that it could be the influence of using British English in schools.
Okay. How is that, Sasha? How do you think it's an influence of British English?
Yeah, so I went to an English medium school, an ICSE school in Bandra itself. And I remember there were certain words and certain spellings. So for example, the word color. So I used to spell it, I think, the American way. And I submitted my exam paper and I remember it coming back to me and she said, this is the wrong way. This is the American way, not the British way. And we followed the British and I was so confused because I was in the 4th grade. So I think that also could probably influence it, right? The pronunciations, spellings and stuff.
Okay. Okay. So we have quite a few reasons. If somebody else wants to add a particular reason, I would be happy. Otherwise, we can move ahead. We have a few reasons listed. We'll check them out. You have, yes, somebody wants to speak.
So I don't know how right I put this and I have very little idea. But how long does it take for the tongue to get conditioned in such a manner that it is not able to take on the phonetics of another language? Like you were speaking a language wrong that now you can't pronounce certain sounds. Like suppose Hindi was which many are not able to pronounce, but that's because of conditioning, right? So
difficulties in pronunciation, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the reason. Okay. So let's move ahead. Let's widen our data. I have added languages across. So Walpiri is a language spoken in Australia by a tribe in Australia. Western Hindi, Eastern Hindi, and Punjabi. Can you observe some pattern? What you will observe that all languages are doing something or the other, right? To the beginning of the word, isn't it? There is something or the other happening. So this idea of it is happening purely because of regional characteristic does not seem to work because we have taken languages across the world. I'm not ruling out that idea at all, but it cannot be purely due to regional characteristic or purely due to role of the mother tongue. Probably mother tongue or the regional characteristic does play a role, but the pattern which we are observing across geographical terrain is tells us that it is not something which is which can be reduced to the role of mother tongue. I still think mother tongue plays a role. The regional characteristics do play a role, but there is something more to it. That's the point I would like to bring to your notice. Are you able to see the pattern that all languages almost, in fact, I don't know any language which does not do this when it borrows. I have just put on the screen just 4 languages because of paucity of space, but if you you might be speaking languages, many more languages than what has been displayed, you will observe that even in your languages something similar is happening. So there is more to it than regional characteristics, and surely it is not an issue of improper acquisition or acquisition by improper acquisition or difficulties in pronunciation, because people are doing it across the board. If there are difficulties in pronunciation, some people will have difficulties and others won't. right? There would be, and the mistakes would not show a pattern, because when you have a difficulty, you would make mistakes, and mistakes ought to be random, not they are not do not need to they would not be they would not display a pattern. So why are we seeing a pattern? That is the puzzle which I would like to discuss with you. And that is my topic of discussion. And why do we observe a pattern in the way people change the pronunciation of words when they borrow it from another language, in this case, English? So let's step back a bit and look at what you all might have studied. I'm not sure, but I have not assumed it because so I would like you all to understand this hierarchy, a sonority hierarchy, where I have listed sounds. These are not letters; these are sounds. They represent sounds. Per, t, k, b, d, g, g, f, s, v. So these are sounds. M, n, r, e, a, o, a. I have displayed them in terms of increasing sonority. Now, how do we understand sonority? Sonority is a phonetic phenomena, but as a rule of thumb, without going into the details of the phonetics of sonority, as a rule of thumb, you all can understand it as the ease with which the air passes through the vocal tract. If the air is blocked to a certain degree or completely blocked, the sound will be less sonorous than a sound where air flows comparatively freely. So if you look at p, you will see when we pronounce p, our lips close, and therefore we are blocking the flow of air in the vocal tract. Compare p with m. In m too, our lips close, but our nasal tract is open, so air is flowing comparatively freer. Compare that with a. You will see that there is almost no restriction to the flow of air. Are you all okay with this idea? I just want it to be an intuitive idea. I'm not investing a lot into those particular details. The idea that different sounds have different sonorities, and we can therefore state a hierarchy of sounds with respect to sonority. Is this idea okay with you all? You have any questions regarding this? You want me to explain a bit more or whatever?
So I think it was your explanation was quite clear.
Okay, so let's look at sonority is relative. The sounds on my in my list, sounds on the right are more sonorous than the sounds on the left. Okay. We have the exception of the sound. Okay, so sounds on the right are more sonorous. We can state them as S sounds, and sounds on the left would be the weaker sound. Okay, so if you take a pair of sounds like T and L, which is more sonorous? Between T and L, T would be the weaker sound and L would be the more sonorous sound, right? Right. I think we have the answer in the chat. What about P and R? Which is the more sonorous sound? R. R is more sonorous, correct. So I think, and R and A. So A is more open, right? R, there is some restriction, some blocking of the air in the. When you say R, you are raising your tongue and touching the roof of the vocal tract. So there is some blockage of flow of air, but there is no blockage. So we can say R is less sonorous, right? So sonority is a matter of it's a relative matter. It is not absolute sonority. Now I'm going to use this idea to talk about syllable structure. Do you all know about parts of a syllable? Do you have any idea about parts of a syllable? If any one of you do not know about it, I'll explain. There is no issue. It just takes a couple of minutes to explain. If you're not sure about it, please let me. I don't want to be repetitive. That's why I'm asking. Syllable
Is it
structure.
Actually,
consonant?
we have a number of students, and out of the attending students, our third year students have a paper on grammar and art of writing. So they're a little familiar with some of these terms and a little bit of transcription and phonology and things like that. But our SY students are quite.
They may not be. So I'll just take a couple of minutes to explain it. So
I
we
think,
all have this ability.
Dr. Rao, did somebody have a question? Was Dr. Rao asking or someone else was asking?
No, I have not asked anything.
All right. Okay. No, there was someone who I thought I had cut somebody. Okay, fine. Yes, sir, you can proceed.
Yeah. So we all have this ability of rhyming. So what do we do when we rhyme? Can you give me rhyming words?
Sing, ring.
Yes, sing and bring.
Play day.
So which part is being repeated and which part is changing? Would you agree that the ing part is being
Yeah, the second syllable.
Yeah, I have broken up into two parts. The second part is what is being kept the same and the first part is changing, right? And that would be true of all rhyming words. So another example which you were giving me.
Play day.
Play and
Day. Day.
day. So this is how we'll break it up, right? So when we rhyme words, the part which remains the same is known as the rhyme of the syllable. Okay, and when we do alliteration, what is alliteration? It's these are typical literary devices which we use. What is alliteration?
The beginning letters are repeated there.
Yeah, the beginning sounds. So example. Any examples of alliteration?
C.
Yes.
C and C.
C and
song, strong, slang, S repeating the beginning.
Okay, so song and slang. So again, we'll observe that the second part changes and the first part actually song and slang. Or let me give you another example.
So something like seeing seashells on the sea.
Yes. So catch and kick, right? So the first sound remains the same, right? So in alliteration, we are doing exactly the opposite as rhyming. So as users of language, we are dividing the syllable into two parts. The first part, which we keep constant in alliteration, is known as onset. And the second part, which we keep constant in rhyming, is known as the rhyme. Is this clear? So the part which you keep constant while rhyming words is known as the rhyme, and the part which you keep constant while in alliteration is the onset. Okay. Now the idea is that I'll only focus on the onset. Let me give you examples of onset. So please give me some words which you have in mind. Any words which come to your mind. So let's take bring. In bring, the br is the onset. So the rhyme starts with the vowel. Wherever the vowel occurs, that's where the rhyme starts. So can the students tell me what about the word say trick? Where is the onset?
So TR.
Yeah, true. Correct. So I think you got the idea. So locate the vowel and whatever comes before the vowel is the onset. Okay. Now, coming back to the sonority hierarchy, the onset is arranged in such a way that the less sonorous sounds come before the more sonorous sounds. Okay, let's take our examples. So we took BR as an example, right? One onset which we talked about is BR, which is the less sonorous sound. B or R?
B.
B is less sonorous. Can you give me other words? Can you give me some more onsets? Any words that come to your mind?
Strong.
Strong, okay. So strong, what is the onset? Str, right? Do you agree?
Yes.
Now your onset is S, S, T, R. Look at T and R. They obey the sonority hierarchy, right? In the sense, T is less sonorous than R. The only exception in English is the S sound. S is less sonorous than T in the hierarchy, but it can occur before T. It is the only exception. The reasons for that are some complex phonetics. I don't want to talk about that, but I have already noted that except for the S sound, all other sounds which occur in the onset, they obey the sonority hierarchy. Can you give me a counter example where you have an onset which does not obey the sonority hierarchy? Do not give me the S example, any other sound. Can you think of an example?
Sir,
Yes. Yes.
so the exception as in where the less sonorous
Sounds occurs after the more sonorous sound in the onset.
So apple.
Apple. So what is the so apple? So what is your there are two syllables, you'll agree?
Yes, sir.
So this is how you're saying it. What you're saying is actually apple, right? So there is no question of so what is your there is no onset in the first syllable. In the second syllable there is only one onset. So there is no issue of sonority hierarchy being disobeyed. You need to take a complex onset to test what I'm saying.
Sir, what about the word psychology?
Psychology, you're looking at the spelling, right?
So that S is P is silent.
Yes. So it's not there in the sound, right? It's just a spelling.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. My claim is you will not get an example. Not only in English, but any language of the world. So you all might be speaking at least a dozen, there may be at least a dozen languages being spoken by you all, at least in this classroom. My claim is that you will not get a counter example to this. My claim that in the onset, the less sonorous sounds occurs before the more sonorous. Except for sir, the sir exception. This is the only exception one can find in English surely, but even in other languages. I would be happy to have a counter example. You can think about it. Meanwhile, I'll just move ahead a bit because we are short of time. But you can keep thinking about examples and prove me wrong. It will be interesting. So the idea is that in a syllable, the onset is of increasing sonority. The vowel, which is the nucleus, is of the highest sonority, and then your coda would be of decreasing sonority. So in a syllable, the sonority levels increase till you hit the peak with the nucleus, and then the sonority level decreases in the coda. This is how syllables are organized across languages. Is this idea okay? So let me take an example. I have taken the word trick. So we have the onset, is the sonority increasing? Is less sonorous
Yes,
than
sir,
the,
yeah.
right?
Yes, it is.
Then the peak is the nucleus, which is E, and then the is less sonorous than E. So sonority is decreasing. So you get this mountain kind of structure, the peak-like structure. And this happens for all syllables. Okay. Can I go ahead, or you need some explanation?
No, sir, you can go ahead.
Okay. Now let's come back to our data. Look at the first column. In the first column, you see the SIR exception in work, right? The sonority hierarchy is not being obeyed. While in the second column, the sonority hierarchy is being obeyed. Do you agree? I have made the onsets bold so that you can easily identify it. The first column, the SIR exception is playing a role. In the second column, sonority hierarchy is being obeyed. Right? So station, SIR is more sonorous than ter, yet it is coming before the ter sound. So sonority hierarchy is being disobeyed. Spelling, school, sphere, speech. Sonority hierarchy is being disobeyed. The SIR exception is, we are seeing examples of the SIR exception. But in the second column, sonority hierarchy is being obeyed. Is this fine?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what happens? What we are observing is cluster simplification in onsets. Now, all languages in the world, all languages, when they borrow, they simplify clusters. Okay, it's a universal tendency in languages that when you borrow a word, you simplify the cluster in the onset. How are the clusters being simplified? So a language like Punjabi or a language like Eastern Hindi says, okay, the moment I see a cluster, I'm going to break the cluster by inserting a vowel in between. Okay. But a language like Hindi says, no, I will be sensitive to sonority hierarchy. If the cluster is not obeying the sonority hierarchy, I will add the vowel at the beginning of the word. If it is obeying the sonority hierarchy, I will go along with other languages and add the vowel between the cluster. Okay, so a language like Western Hindi, in the first column where the sonority hierarchy is not being obeyed, the vowel is being added to the beginning of the word. And when the sonority hierarchy is being obeyed, it is adding the vowel between the cluster. It is breaking the cluster in both the cases because the syllabification is changing. But where the vowel is added depends upon the sonority hierarchy, whether the sonority hierarchy is being obeyed or not obeyed. What you see here is not a mistake. You're observing a universal tendency towards cluster simplification, but also a very nuanced approach in Western Hindi, a sensitiveness which the speakers are showing towards sonority hierarchy, which is a principle, universal principle found in all languages. So what people here are doing is not because they speak their mother tongue in a particular way, not because it is improper learning, but this is a universal tendency in human language. So human languages go two ways. They either use two strategies or one strategy. So Eastern Hindi and Punjabi are one strategy language. They say we don't care about sonority hierarchy. We are going to insert the vowel in between the cluster. While a Western Hindi language says, no, I'll be sensitive. If the sonority hierarchy is being obeyed, I'll insert a vowel between the cluster. If it is not being obeyed, I will insert the vowel at the beginning and ensure that the sonority hierarchy is being obeyed. So the moment it is inserted before, look at this. In this change of syllabification, what we observe is that the sonority hierarchy is now being obeyed. Right? Because there are no complex onsets anymore. So what people laugh at or joke about or make fun of is actually very nuanced linguistic ability which we observe in the users of the language. Okay, what about Valpiri? Why is Valpiri doing? Why is not Valpiri going the Western Hindi way? Because Valpiri does not like vowels at the beginning of the word. So if it does not like vowels in the beginning of the word, what option does Valpiri have? It's a two-strategy language. It just deletes the first consonant. Even in language like Marathi, for example, a word like station, very often people say station. Marathi speakers may have heard it, that people say station instead of saying station or station. Right? So deletion of the consonants initially is also a kind of two-strategy language. But the overall idea is that cluster simplification is an universal tendency. It is shown by all languages, including English language, when they borrow from other languages like French or whatever they borrow from. We always, as users of language, tend to simplify clusters. Is this point okay? This is fine?
Yes, sir.
So, what are the factors which are playing a role in cluster simplification? Social need. What social need are we talking about? We borrow because there is some social need. There's a universal tendency towards cluster simplification, and there are language specific tendencies. What are the language specific tendency? Whether we are that particular language is a two-strategy language or a one-strategy language, and some specific phonological constraints such as whether you will allow the vowel in the beginning or not. So cluster simplification is not a matter of inadequate learning or intelligence. So when people do that, they are not being lazy or they are not being stupid or they are not, they have been not, it's not that they have not been taught properly. What we are looking at is a universal tendency found in all languages of the world, amongst all speakers. If you observe your own speech, you will observe a tendency to simplify clusters. So what does this mean for us? So quickly, is cluster simplification, can it be treated as good or bad, correct or incorrect? If it's a universal tendency. Can we say that inserting vowels to simplify clusters is an incorrect thing to do or a bad thing to do?
So, according to me, incorrect and bad are like very subjective terms. However, when you talk about inserting vowels or something, that becomes like an objective truth because it's universal, right?
Yes.
So it can't be correct or bad because it's such an objective thing.
Yeah, and it's a universal thing.
Yeah.
It's not limited to a particular set of speakers. Okay. So when you borrow a word and make it your own, you don't treat it like a foreign word. You make it your own. What you do is simplify it and adapt it in your own language. You make it part of your language. You don't treat it as a foreign word. So if you're not doing cluster simplification, then you are treating it as a foreign word. You're not really borrowing it, but keeping it at a distance. So why is cluster simplification treated as incorrect or bad? Why do people laugh at it or make fun of it or treat it as improper learning? Why do you think that happens?
I think because I don't know really, but I'm thinking in the field of language teaching, yes, one is generally supposed to teach, what we call standard English, received pronunciation, and then by those standards, you can't really. I mean, if your students speak like this, you would have to, I don't know, almost ethically speaking, I would say, because as long as, because otherwise you wouldn't be doing your job.
Right.
You can say that, okay, you know, it's, I suppose you would have to decide whether you'd say this is acceptable because this is, you know, where you're coming from and, you know, there are reasons and all of that. Or you could say, no, but, you know, my job as an English teacher is to at least tell you that, you know, this is what is correct, and maybe then leave it to them to see whether they want to continue speaking the same way or not.
Yes, but again, then not following a universal tendency would have to be treated as correct, and following a universal tendency would be treated as incorrect. And I understand that. Thanks for this intervention, because this really takes me to my next point. See, what are we learning English for? Are we learning English as a mother tongue, or are we learning English as a language of wider communication? And that is a fundamental question we need to answer for ourselves. When we learn a language as a mother tongue, we are learning it as a group identification. Mother tongues are, the primary use of mother tongue is in-group communication. And their pronunciation becomes crucial because there is group identification. Because that you speak in a particular way makes you part, is one of the ways of becoming a member of a community, right? Observe that if somebody speaks with an accent, we scoff at that person, we laugh at that person because that person does not speak like us. The accent marta hai, that's what we say, right? Faltu ka accent mar raha hai. So speaking in an accent is not something which is widely appreciated in the community. People make fun of it because language is a matter of group identification. But when languages which we teach as formal education, as part of formal instruction, are languages of wider communication. And in wider communication, the primary function is not group identification, but intelligibility. You want to communicate with people across cultures. And there, intelligibility becomes a rule. And now if you're going to use English, we already saw a lecture that Esperanto would play that role much better. Probably that is the case. But that English is being used, then we are putting English to a different use than, say, native speakers of English. We are not native speakers of English. We are using English to talk to people. So I am, for example, a person located in Mumbai. I want to talk with somebody in Karnataka or Tamil Nadu or Bengal. I may use English to talk to that person. And my primary function in my use of English is to be intelligible to that person. I should be understood. The pronunciation or insistence on a particular pronunciation is getting the function of the language wrong. And that is the basic idea. We need to understand why we are speaking English. If we are we speaking English, or are we learning English as a mother tongue? If we are doing that, we will never be able to. English can never become a mother tongue because it is not there in our social environment. Or even if it is there, do we want it to be a mother tongue? Do we want English to replace our mother tongues? Probably we are confusing between the functions of English. Probably English in India has a role, whatever role it has. We can debate that role, but the role which it is playing is a language of wider communication. But to teach it like a mother tongue creates issues, and then we are caught into a bind that we want to teach it like a mother tongue, so we need our students to speak like English speakers in, say, London or in New York or whatever. But why do we want them to speak like people in London and New York? They are not going to talk to people in London and New York, right? Only a very, very, very tiny population of our English users are going to go and speak to native English speakers of a particular variety. Most of us are going to use English to talk to each other. So intelligibility is the role, and when intelligibility is the role, is the primary function, then this vowel insertion, or which are the universal tendencies, should be treated as acceptable, or in fact, more, what should we say? It's something to be expected rather than something to be frowned upon. And as long as the person speaking to us is intelligible, we understand what that person is saying. I don't think there is anything wrong or actually there is nothing wrong in inserting or simplifying clusters or speaking English in a particular way. And that is the idea. Why English? Why do we want to speak English? Are we going to teach English as a mother tongue, or are we going to teach it as a language of wider communication? This is a question we need to ask ourselves. And linguistics has certain answers to give, which I have pointed out, that cluster simplification is a universal phenomenon. Now, are we going to damn universal phenomenon because we want to teach English as a mother tongue? Then what we really bring into question is why English? Why do we need English in India? And how do we see the role of English in the ecology of Indian language? So that is my thing. If you have questions to ask or something, we have exceeded my time a bit, but anyway, sorry for that. But some quick questions I would be happy to take.
If there are any questions, maybe we will have time just for one or two, because Dr. Pandey has allowed participants to speak during his talk. But if there's someone who still has something they would like to know a little more about. There's a comment by Sasha that it makes us think about how English is taught in schools, and I would add to that in colleges as well.
Yes,
because
I
happen to be the person teaching the language paper at the TY. But I think my students know that I have spoken about some of these things.
Yeah.
And about on the one hand teaching correct English with the accent and everything, but then also questioning whether we really want everybody in India to be speaking like that, and how awkward it would sometimes be.
Yes,
considering that people
yeah.
around us don't speak that way.
Right. So should changes be made in how English is taught? Surely, I think I wouldn't have made this presentation if I did not think so. And thinking about the role of English, why do we need English? Do we need it at all? Probably many of us think we do need it. In what capacity do we need it? Are important questions, and then our pedagogy has to change. I cannot answer that question in a quick way right now, but yes, we'll have to think about our pedagogical strategies about related to English. That's for sure. Else, we are going to, create people with an inferiority complex as far as English is concerned, for no reason whatsoever. There is no scientific reason why people should feel inferior about the way they speak English. And as far as the phenomena which I have demonstrated, there are other issues, but this one phenomena I have discussed with you. There are many such phenomena which we can talk about. But surely there is a great need to look at our pedagogical strategies.
Thank you so much, Sasha, for that question, and so for answering it. I think we will close this particular session, and I just like to say that both our introductory special invited speakers have questioned, in their own way, the hegemony of the English language, and asked us to, rethink how we perceive the language, why we use it, why we teach it, why we study it, and things like that. So there was, I think, an ideological dimension to both the lectures that we have heard. And I think, Pandey sir, you have illustrated, how a very, very small aspect of language, such as consonant cluster, can be so complex and can be looked at in such a variety of ways. I'm thinking that students are now also going to be a little more frightened of linguistics than they were, and just might start, might decide that they'd rather learn Esperanto than learn English, if it is, all these terminologies and things. Very scary sometimes. But yes, thank you so much, sir. And
because of this, we may have some confident Hindi English speakers if this concept is accepted by everyone.
Yeah, right. So I would, I'd like to invite my colleague, Ms. Shruti Warrior, to now introduce our keynote speaker for the day, Shruti. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lobo. Yes, it is my great joy and honor that I get to introduce our keynote speaker of the conference, Dr. Claire Cowie. And I would like to thank our principal, Dr. Mari Fernandez, for providing this opportunity to me so kindly and graciously. Before I introduce Dr. Cowie, I would like to say thank you to her for joining our conference so early in the day for her because of the time difference between India and UK. We really appreciate it. A little bit about my interaction with Dr. Cowie. I was fortunate to have known Dr. Cowie as my professor while studying at the University of Edinburgh. And I can honestly say that I was able to get through my academic duration because of Dr. Cowie, which I will always remain grateful. I've learned so much from her, and I'm glad that she's willing to share her expertise on the subject today. Dr. Claire Cowie has been teaching and teaching English as a global language for more than 20 years, 15 of them based at the University of Edinburgh. Originally a historian of early modern English, her recent work is more focused on the present day in post-colonial contexts such as India, where English has come into contact with many languages and multilingualism is strong. Her teaching and research on India cover code switching between English and other languages. So her works have been around rhoticity and in Hindi, English bilingual speakers, accent shifts in Indian call center agents, etc. And the presentation of English in Bollywood films and popular literature, ideologies of English in the workplace, and the sociophonetics of English accents. Prior to moving to Edinburgh, she studied and taught in South Africa, the UK, Germany, and the US. So we can actually tie up the last part of Dr. Pandey's talk on intelligibility in speech and language. And we are delighted to hear your keynote speech on the topic of where do ideas about correct speech come from. And Dr. Cowie is going to take us through the journey from 18th century England to present day India. So over to you, Dr. Cowie.
Yeah, thank you, Shruti. May I just interrupt for a minute, please?
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah, so welcome, Dr. Cowie. And it's an honor and a privilege to have you with us. I think the three of us have something in common, Shruti, you and me. I did a little stint at the University of Edinburgh during the time you were there, summer school at the University of Edinburgh, and very fond memories of the experience and the place. Scotland is such a wonderful place, and I thought, wow. Okay, so yes, 2005, I think. 2005. Yes, 2005, I think I was there. 2005 or 4, perhaps. Anyway, yeah. So welcome and thank you for being so gracious and accepting our invitation.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I really wish I was in Mumbai right now so that we could catch up a bit about Edinburgh, and it's so good to see you, Shruti, and everybody else. And I really enjoyed the last talk, Prof. Pandey, and I'm just so pleased to hear that there's been all this really interesting discussion around ideas about correctness in English, because that's exactly what my talk is about today. And so I'm so pleased it fits in so well, and really keen to hear what you think. Can everybody hear me all right? If there's any problems?
Yes, Dr. Cowie, yes.
Okay, good. So I'm going to try and share my screen now, and then I'm going to, at some point, I might need to also share different windows. So I'm going to try and share my PowerPoint. Okay. Right. Oh, I need to put it on the slideshow. Right. Can everybody see that?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, great. Good. So, as Shruti mentioned, I have a background of work in the history of English, as well as working in English in more contemporary settings. And so as a graduate student, I worked on early modern English, and I worked on scientific writing in early modern English. And but after that, I started teaching a lot on accents of English, and particularly accents of English outside of the UK, and I became very interested in English in post-colonial contexts, especially India. And so I've really worked on English in many different periods and many different settings. And that's probably why I ended up directing the program where I met Shruti. So, you know, what I'm trying to do in this talk, which is quite exciting for me, is to bring together some of those different periods that I've worked on. So that's why there's this title, 18th Century England to Present Day India. And you're probably wondering, how on earth am I going to bring that together? And I will have a go. Okay, so I just need to figure out how to move on my slides. There we go. Okay. So what I'm going to be interested in is what aspects of English pronunciation get a lot of publicity. And what was really nice in the last talk is that Prof. Pandey talked about why that kind of vowel insertion is in Hindi, the vowel insertion in the initial cluster words is stigmatized. And so that's clearly something that people talk about. And if you think about how there's so much variation in English accents, but there's some things that people complain about, and then there's some things that they don't complain about. And I'm trying to look today a bit more closely at why there's some things that people seem to always complain about. And so what I want to do in this talk is tell you a story about an old pronunciation dilemma in British English, and to some extent this comes up in US English as well, but I'm going to talk about British English today. And this is the pronunciation of words like swimming and shooting. And so you can hear that I have the velar N in those words, but plenty of people have an alveolar N, the first variant, and they say swimming and shooting. And in Britain, of course, you can even get people say swimming, and some people even say swimming. And those are sort of more regional, but I'm going to talk about the difference between the first two today. And there's been some very interesting publicity around that difference over the past summer. And so I think it's a really good, so there's some nice examples that we can look at. And then I'm going to get a bit more historical, and I'm going to look at complaints about H dropping in the history of English, which is a very popular thing to complain about when people say half for half. And I'll look at various examples of that and think about, well, why was this such a popular thing to complain about? And then towards the end of my talk, I do want to look at features that come up in pronunciation of English in India, and maybe think a bit about why do people complain about one thing rather than another.
Dr. Cowie, could you just represent the slide as a slideshow instead of just the, because I think it's a little, the font is a little smaller for everybody to read.
Okay. Let me see.
Play from start would actually work.
Okay. Okay, I'll just change the slide. Yeah, okay. And then, okay, I'll just close that one and then. Okay, I just need to setting on that. Okay, so I'm going to go to full screen, and you can tell me if this is better. Is that better?
Your screen's not shared as of now. So
oh, okay, yes. Okay, so let's go back to the screen sharing. Do this.
Yeah.
How's that? Any better?
Yes, slightly, I guess. Yeah. Can you click on play from start?
Okay.
It's right below the home button, if you can see.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, right.
Okay, ma'am. Yeah, slideshow and then play from start.
Right. Are we on? Does that look a bit better? Is it a bit easier to read?
Is it better for everyone else? Because
No, ma'am.
No?
Ma'am, can I tell you something if you don't mind? Ma'am, come down to the right corner. Right corner, there is this button slideshow that you have to press. Come down to the right hand side corner. Just below that, just beside that, right hand side. Just beside that. Just next button.
Next to that. Next to that.
Next to that. Next to that. No, not that one. This one. Yes.
Okay.
Please press that. Please press that.
Okay. Is that better? Let's see. How's that?
No, you did not press that.
Okay. I'll try again.
Yes, Ashley.
Dr. Cowie, I think I have a solution for this. So if you can just stop screen sharing for a bit right now. Okay, do not exit the PPT. Just stop screen sharing.
Okay.
Yeah. And
get to my Zoom. Oh, here we go.
okay, perfect. So according to you, the PPT is on already, right? So now when you go to that, you can share it as a separate window. So now you could just give it a shot and I feel it should work.
Okay, so if I go, so if I set my PowerPoint to full screen, is that what you want?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just making sure my PowerPoint is set to full screen. Okay, so the PowerPoint is on full screen, and then I'll play from start, and then I also need to share this, right? Okay. Is that looking okay? Any better?
Yeah, Dr. Claire, can I ask you to please, go to slideshow and have your big screen?
Okay, so yeah. So slideshow is saying that it should be it's on full screen. So if I go to slideshow.
Yeah, when you start from play from start, then you have a wider, bigger screen.
Yeah. So for me, I have the full screen.
No, I click on that button on the top, play from start.
Yeah, I did.
Yes, doctor. So after this, you share your screen to the full screen version of it.
Okay, it does say that it is on full screen version.
Okay, you need to redo it, actually. Only then it works. That's the only issue, yeah.
Okay, right. So I'm going to try one time.
Actually, if ma'am is finding it difficult, would it make sense for her to email the presentation to you and you could then screen it?
Yeah,
ma'am, is that okay with you? Is that an option?
Yeah, I can send you the presentation.
Okay. Ashley, can you just put in your email address in the chat box?
Will do, so ma'am. 1 second.
Right, so shall I send the file through here, through the chat?
Ma'am, I have sent my email ID to my personal chat.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I'll send it to Ashley. Okay, so here we go. Here's the file. Let me know if you get it, Ashley.
Definitely, ma'am. It should take about 30 seconds. So as soon as I get it in.
Right. And then just let me know what you'd like me to do. So I guess I just presume I have one up and you'll put one up on some other screen.
Ashley, did you get it?
Oh, no, ma'am, I haven't received it. Yeah. Okay, ma'am, I've just received it. Just give me a second and I should be able to. All right, ma'am. My screen's visible to everyone?
Oh, great. Okay, so you are sharing my slides. That's great. Should I say next slide, please? If I want you to move on. Okay. Yes. Great. So I think I got that far, so you can show the next one. Okay. I think that's where I was. So I said I wanted to talk about this example when people say swimmin' rather than swimming. Now, this is a tweet from the 30th of July. You could see this summer, and it was from someone in the House of Lords called Lord Digby Jones, who was making a comment on one of the BBC Olympics commentators, Alex Scott, and he is complaining Alex Scott cannot pronounce her G at the end of the word, and that she's saying fencing, rowing, boxing, rather than fencing, rowing, and boxing. And there was a huge reaction to this. It was very controversial. So can I have the next slide? Okay. And for you to understand why, I give you a bit of background. Now, I think maybe a best way for us to do this, and this is why I put those links in there, Ashley, is if there's any way that you might be able to play those little clips if you put the links in, that would be great. So Alex Scott is a former Arsenal footballer. He's a very successful footballer and then became a sports commentator. And she was selected to provide the BBC Olympics commentary. And if you play the first clip, then you can see Alex actually doing the pronunciation that has been complained about.
Ma'am, unfortunately, since you shared it across an email, I would not be able to play it. That would only happen if you could do it from your device. So I don't think so that would be possible at this point. So
yeah, sorry. And I think given that we've had lots of chopping and changing, let's not do that right now. You know, you're most welcome to go and have a look at that later. I mean, perhaps actually you could even put these links into the chat so that people could copy them and maybe have a look themselves if they want to. But it's just really an illustration of the pronunciation that's being complained about. And that is to do with where Alex Scott is from, of course. So can I have the next slide, please? Also, before I explain a bit more about Alex Scott, this Lord Digby also complained that there was a similar problem with pronunciation of the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, who also says things like providing instead of providing. And this clip again, I've just given you an example of Priti Patel, who's doing that, and she's a very, very regular user of the alveolar N form. Okay, next slide, please. Right, so Alex Scott reacted on Twitter to this complaint by Lord Digby Jones, and said that she was proud of where she was from, which was from a working class area of London. And she was proud of her accent, and she didn't see any reason to change that. And what's going on here is that over time, the BBC has really, since about the 1970s, been changing the requirement that pronouncers have RP. So the stereotype of BBC presenters was that they had this RP, and but there's been quite a long process of trying to incorporate regional accents on the BBC, and now I think that there's a special effort also to incorporate working class London accents on the BBC as well. And so Alex Scott is an example of that, and so she is reacting against this kind of criticism. Can I have the next slide? And I'm not going to go into too much detail about accent variation, but this is just to show you that, yes, there has been class variation in this feature in parts of Britain for a really long time. And this is Peter Treadgill's famous study of the velar versus the alveolar N in Norwich. So Norwich, if you're not familiar with it, is just in East Anglia, the sort of eastern part of England, that bulge that's sticking out there. I don't know if you'll be able to see it on that slide, but the bulge that's sticking out on the east, that's where Norwich is. And you can see it's quite close to London. So this feature is really relevant to most of the area outside of London. And you can see from this data from Peter Treadgill here that, you know, it is very likely that you'll get this used as a working class feature. Okay, and that it is used more by middle class men as well. Can I have the next slide, please? And actually, I mean, there's variation all over the UK in this feature, but what's really interesting is that it is perceived quite differently depending where you are. So in this slide here, this is from a perception study of the variation, and you can see that in London, that it really makes a difference if you use the alveolar or the velar N. And that means that people, so this is, the rating here is how educated people perceive you to be. And so if you are middle class and you use the velar N, people perceive you as more educated. If you're working class and you use the velar N, people perceive you as more educated. So it's really important in London, but you can see in Manchester, it's a bit less of an issue. Maybe it makes a bit of difference to middle class people, but not so much. And in Edinburgh, it doesn't seem to, it makes a tiny difference to middle class people, but working class people without a velar N are actually perceived as more educated. So it's really not the same situation in Edinburgh. So this is much more important in London. And so you can see that this is behind why there's such an intense discussion around the use of it in Alex Scott. Can I have the next slide? Now, what was interesting is you remember that Alex Scott tweeted and she said, I'm proud of being working class and I'm not going to change the way I speak. And interestingly, Digby responded to this and he said, actually, it's not about being working class. And he said, you know, I'm not attacking you for being working class. And I'm attacking you because there's a right way and a wrong way to pronounce this word. And he's saying you have to have a G at the end of it, by which he means you have to have that velar N sound. And so he's trying to say that there's something that is in addition to class here. And also you'll notice, I don't know if you can see the subtweet here because it's quite tiny, but he says it's a question of poor elocution. So there's something about elocution that he thinks is separate from accent. There's something that's elocution is something that people should have regardless of their accent. And you can see that there is a response here from one of my colleagues in Glasgow, Sadie Ryan, who has an excellent linguistics podcast, if anybody wants to look her up. And she has a very nice reply here. She says, the idea of poor elocution is a total fiction, built out of a desire to put middle and upper class language on a pedestal while encouraging working class people to alter their speech or just shut up. So she's saying actually there is no such thing as elocution here, and you are just really complaining about a working class accent and you don't want it to be something that's public. And interestingly, Digby Jones had a bit of a stigmatized Birmingham accent, so he's not actually from the most posh background, but he's clearly someone who's maybe tried to change his Birmingham accent because, you know, he believes in this idea that you need to change your accent. Can I have the next slide? So this created work for lots of linguists. You know, they were all so busy over the summer responding to this whole question. And another one of my colleagues from Lancaster, Claire Hardecker, wrote this excellent article on what she thought was behind this whole controversy. And so she picked up on what Sadie Ryan said, you know, that it's really not, there's no such thing really as elocution. And this idea that there is a kind of correct way to speak that is distinct from accent is really coming from writing and what we can see in writing. And in her article, she talks about actually, you know, writing in English was set down about 500 years ago. And, you know, that it happened to be really just randomly what the person who was developing the spelling system, what they spoke at the time. And then we're stuck with it. So can I have the next slide? Yes, so she's referring to how in you know, really in the sort of 15th and 16th century, you have people developing spelling books, like John Hart's famous spelling book, and that is kind of setting down the appropriate spelling of words like, you know, providing as providing with a G on the end of it. And so that's when these sorts of things get set down. I mean, it is a really, really long time ago, and it just really depends on the person who's doing it at the time. Next slide, please. And so actually in the 16th and 17th centuries, you don't really have too much complaints about how people speak based on writing. I think there was quite a lot of ideas about how you should write correctly, but there weren't lots of ideas about speaking correctly until about the 18th century. And in the 18th century, the late 18th century, there was this huge fashion for how to speak correctly. And what this has to do with is it has to do with how it's possible for people to actually change the way they speak. So that you get a kind of change in the socioeconomic fabric where it's possible for people to elevate themselves. They can move to the city, they can acquire more wealth, and then they can change who they are, because for that, you know, you were either born a gentleman or you were born a serf, and there weren't many opportunities to actually change that. But as you kind of get more of a middle class, then you know, you have more opportunities to change yourself. And at the same time, there is this fashion for people going around saying, talking about the best way to speak. And you can see that this is really a lot about speaking how the correct people in London speak. And so giving you the example here of one of these famous elocutionists, this is Thomas Sheridan. And interestingly, he was actually Irish and he was an actor, and he used both of those characteristics to capture the imagination of posh people in London and make sure that they were speaking correctly. And he would give lessons to people who come in from the provinces like Scotland, and make sure they hid all their pronunciation features. Next slide, please. Can we have the next slide? Thanks. Okay, so I know this one is a bit hard to see, and so I will try and read part of it out. And what I'm interested in is what sorts of pronunciation features Sheridan liked to go on about. You know, because there were obviously many features he could complain about, and he focused in on this idea of H dropping. And obviously, because we're in London, people are aware of the working class Cockney accent in London, and that's what they want to avoid, right? And so the H H dropping is a prominent feature of that Cockney accent, but there's lots of features of the Cockney accent. So it's interesting that he's really jumping on this one, and he refers to it as an aspiration. And interestingly, because he's Irish, he doesn't only have an H, but he also has a aspiration in WH words. So he'll say what and why, and people do this in Edinburgh, and it's part of being like a posh Edinburgh speaker if you say what and why. So it's retained in Scots, but it's quite a kind of class thing. But the Irish speakers will all have this aspiration in what and why. So Sheridan, I'm going to try and read this for you because it's from his lectures, and he's saying he's complaining about the omission of the aspirate in many words by some and in most by others. Were this custom to become general, it would deprive our tongue of one great fund of force and expression. For not only certain words have peculiar energy, but several emotions of the mind are strongly marked by this method of shooting out the words, and if I may be allowed the expression, with the full force of the breath. Not very COVID friendly, clearly. As in the exclamations, what, when, where, why, how, hark, hist, in the words harsh, hard, heave, hurt, whirl, whisper, whistle. If anyone were to pronounce the following sentence, hail ye ministers of heaven, how happy we are in hearing these your heavenly tidings, without an aspirate thus, all ye I ministers of heaven, how happy we are in hearing these your heavenly tidings. Who does not see that the whole expression of triumph and exultation will be lost? So apologize for reading that whole passage, but I really like it a lot. And you can see that all kinds of things are attributed to the use of H here. It's clearly very, very important. Can I have the next slide? And as I said, what's being avoided here is a Cockney pronunciation, but like I said, there's plenty of other Cockney pronunciations that he could have actually chosen to go on about, but he doesn't. Like, for example, Cockney speakers would say fleece for fleece, which you also hear in Australian English. And he's not really talking very much about vowels. And so I want to suggest that one of the things that's going on here is that he's seizing on a feature which is to do with writing, which is reinforced by the writing system. So the writing system, and this is probably, again, quite arbitrarily, includes an H. And actually, they also included all kinds of words with an H, like honor, which aren't pronounced with an H. So it really is very arbitrary, and that was set down in writing. And I think what you have is this confluence of a stigmatized working class pronunciation plus something that doesn't agree with the writing system. Next slide, please. And this criticism of H dropping actually just carries on right into the 19th century. And there's a really excellent chapter in Linda Mugglestone's book on speaking proper, which is a kind of history of the emergence of received pronunciation and its influence in England. And she's citing various pamphlets, from the 19th century on not dropping your H's. And this one says, this is a very common mistake among many who have, by industry or good fortune, risen above their original station and prospects, and therefore imagine very mistakenly that they are entitled to take their place with the well-bred and the well-educated. They may do so without doubt on the influence of their money or property, but they will be infallibly expose themselves to be laughed at and ridiculed. Okay, so I have one which talks about H specifically. If I could have the next slide. So this is a pamphlet which is saying, watch out for people who drop their H's. And interestingly, it's in the officer class in the military. And I mean, it's quite, the military is a kind of space where people who didn't come from a rich background could, of course, elevate themselves. But in order to do that, in order to fit in with the officer class in the military, you had to speak a certain way. And so Alfred Leach is warning people that if you know about H dropping, it's a sure protection against cads. You meet a fellow who is well-dressed, behaves himself decently enough, and yet you don't know exactly what to make of him, but get him talking. And if he trips upon his H's, that settles the question. He's a chap you'd better be shy of. So your H is going to give you away if you're trying to elevate yourself. Next slide, please. And so some of this 19th century complaining about H is also to do with H insertion. So there's this idea that people who drop their H's will also stick H's into places where they shouldn't be, because they know that they're missing H's, and if they're very insecure about it and if they want to hypercorrect, then they're going to be sticking H's in places where they shouldn't be, in front of words, vowel initial words, like these examples here, Hebony, Hindia. And then this example from Dickens, Hextra power. So there's this idea that those people who are H dropping will be inserting H in all kinds of other places. And certainly there is a bit of hypercorrection, but it's very unlikely that you'll find any kind of regular insertion with H. And what I want to suggest is that, again, this goes back to the logic of a writing system. So they're worrying that people who leave out their H's will also have them distributed in all kinds of other places. Next slide, please. And interestingly, you find this in completely different contexts of H deletion. So one of my PhD students has just finished a dissertation. Her name is Elizabeth Adiodo, and she's just finished a dissertation on H deletion in Nigerian English. So congratulations, Elizabeth. And it's very interesting in that what she's done is she's looked at complaints about Yoruba speakers in Nigeria who are H deleters. And she looked at a lot of popular commentary on this. And people talk about it as H factor, and they attribute it as a problem for Yoruba speakers. And they say that Yoruba speakers, they delete their H's and then they put H's in front of all the vowel initial words. Like this, someone who's joking, very good evening to all my Yoruba brothers and sisters out there, especially the ones who hate Heg this morning, the ones who came back from America last week, the ones who haven't left their houses all day, and the ones who read this blog for their entertainment. Shout out to all of you. We know we give the Yoruba people a lot of grief for their H factor. So again, I mean, it's very similar to 19th century England. There's this idea that people who are H dropping are also going to be inserting it in front of all the vowel initial words. And so what Elizabeth found when she actually looked at speakers from all Nigerian backgrounds, and this is, you know, from other language backgrounds like Igbo and quite a number of different L1s, Igbo and Hausa mainly, I think it was. And she found that actually it was true that it was mainly the Yoruba speakers who deleted H, but that there wasn't much insertion of H, but that everybody inserted H in words like honorable. So they would say honorable and honest. So they were kind of just doing it where you had H in writing. So people were responding to writing in a way, but there certainly wasn't this kind of wholesale insertion of H among Yoruba speakers. And next slide, please. So this brings me to some features of pronunciation in India that I wanted to look at. And of course, there's lots that I could talk about. And like I said, I really enjoyed the example from the last talk about the insertion in clusters. And the two features I want to look at today are postvocalic R. So this is when you have R after a vowel in words like car. The pronunciation that I'm talking about is a tap or trill pronunciation, like kar. And so that's the one I'm going to be discussing. And then I'm also going to talk about labiodental proximant used for bilabial proximant and a labiodental fricative. So I can't do it as well as many people will, but so when you have something like w for w and for v. And we'll give you some examples. So maybe some examples of that would be if people said will instead of will. So that's when you not having the bilabial proximant there for the word, but you've got something which is a bit more like teeth in your lower lip, and you're saying will. And then instead of that fricative there, like in voice, you might have people saying voice. And really what they're just doing there is that they're reducing their frication. What's interesting is I'm going to look at lots of commentary which talks about W and V as being swapped, but that's not actually what's happening. And in fact, you've got a different sound for both of those. Can I have the next slide? Okay, what this is a really nice bit of data from the 1980s from an excellent social linguistics survey of speakers of Indian English. And it's speakers in Delhi who were mainly Hindi-English bilinguals, but there's some people from different language backgrounds as well, but most people had grown up in Delhi. And what they found that the younger speakers were using far less of that post-vocalic R. So instead of saying kar, they were saying, or mor, they were saying ka. And so the young speakers there are very non-rhotic. Next slide, please. And they also found that speakers with an English medium education background, and they looked at two kinds of English medium education, a more prestigious one and a less prestigious one. And they found that anybody with the English medium education background tended to be more non-rhotic, so they were losing that post-vocalic R, but that speakers from a vernacular medium education background still had that tap or trill R. And in fact, more than that, these speakers were actually really aware of it. So it was really quite stigmatized. And you can see that there's a big difference in this graph here. Speakers are clearly, trying to do something with this difference. Next slide, please. But it's quite different when it comes to the realization of this bilabial proximant with a labiodental proximant. So this is people saying will instead of will. And you can see there's actually relatively little difference there, in age. And I've just got a reference to another study below, which finds a very similar sorts of thing, is that there's very little difference when it comes to this realization of W compared to the realization of post-vocalic R. Next slide, please. Can I have the next slide? Okay, great. So again, here we have a comparison between this realization of W in schools, and you can see that compared to whether people use an R or not, it's this is very much smaller difference. It's relatively minor. And so what they suggest is that that post-vocalic R pronunciation was very stigmatized, and that speakers were very aware of it, but there was less concern in these Delhi schools with this pronunciation of W. Next slide, please. So the Delhi study that I just talked about, I mean, that is all within Delhi, right? So people have these attitudes to these two pronunciations within Delhi. And it's quite different if you look at it internationally. So there's a very interesting study from Vanita Chand from 2007, where she looks at the international response to this pronunciation of W and V. And people are far more concerned about it internationally, because the people in Delhi in the 1980s anyway, they didn't seem to be very concerned about it. But what she found was that internationally people were more concerned about it. And she interviewed a lot of Delhi speakers, and she found that they only actually worried about V and W when they were talking to non-locals. Right, so this person says, I'm quite aware of it when I speak to somebody who's a so-called native speaker of English, a Britisher, an American, a Canadian, an Australian. If I'm sitting with a bunch of 10 Indian friends, I'd probably be making my W's, V's. People are not worried about it when they're with their Indian friends. In fact, it's kind of expected, but they might change it if they were, or might be more aware of it if they were speaking to someone from outside. Next slide, please. And Vanita Chand also looks at how the speaker is kind of caricatured. This particular feature is caricatured in international stereotypes of speakers of Indian English. And she has this analysis of Apu in The Simpsons. And she talks about how he's a stereotype of Indian and Pakistani migrants in the US. and how his speech is characterized by grammatical errors, stop fricatives, the VW merger, and statements that mark him as a buffoon. So he, this, they're not too worried about whether he uses post-vocalic R or not, because that's not really a big issue for them. But he's has a lot of VW merger, and that goes with this kind of stereotype. Next slide, please. And she talks about how Apu says, hello gents, what will it be? And that he's got this kind of frication of W contexts. And she says, actually, that's a sort of slight misrepresentation in that, that's not really what's going on in Indian English, is that there's not this kind of swapping of V and W, but you actually have that intermediate sound, that labiodental approximant. So that is all part of the sort of international view of Indian English, is having this kind of swapping of V and W. And she also talks about lots of call center manuals, which flag out to speakers of Indian English that they mustn't say available for available, and it's full of this kinds of advice. And when I did research on call center training a long time in Bangalore, and in 2004, I found that quite a lot of this advice in call center training as well, is that people were quite worried about this particular feature, which within India is not really an issue for many people. Next slide, please. So that discussion of V and W is really part of my ongoing theme, that internationally people are jumping on a feature that doesn't seem to correspond to writing. Interestingly, the post-vocalic R does correspond to writing, and maybe this is why they're not worrying about it so much. But the VW thing, because it doesn't correspond to writing, it's generated additional interest among international audiences. So the last feature that I just wanted to say a little bit about, because I think I need to finish up, and this is just some work that I've been doing recently about vowel splits. And this is a vowel split in British English, which is referred to as the trap bar split. And what that is that it's when you have a set of words that is quite arbitrarily has different pronunciation, but it looks the same. So if you have a word like slant in standard Southern British English, it's got a long back vowel, slant. But if you say pants, it's got a short front vowel. But you can see that, certainly the ending of those words is otherwise very similar. And so it's impossible really to predict for learners, which vowel you are going to be dealing with. So what we did the study to try and work out to what extent speakers of Indian English were using this lexical split. Not because we think that they need to use it, just because we were interested to see whether it was being retained, or I think somebody's trying to tell me to hurry up. Yeah. And thanks very much. That we were just trying to see whether the split was being retained, or whether actually speakers of Indian English had just decided to move on and get rid of the split. And so we had this little experiment where people were asked to do a spot the difference picture task, and they had to describe all kinds of things that might get them to produce words like pants, or slant, or raft, or glass. And we were trying to work out whether they would use that long back vowel in words where you would expect it in standard British English. and briefly, the results were that actually people do kind of retain it mostly, which is interesting if you think that you know, there's relatively little input from standard British English, but this difference is relatively well retained, except in words which are very low frequency. So we put in lots of very strange, funny words that people would never have seen before, like hasp or chantry or casket. I mean, they're very low frequency words, and usually those were the words that people didn't know, that they just gave a front vowel to. So that suggests that maybe over time there might be some kind of regularization of this distinction. But I think it's interesting in that this is a distinction that you can't see in writing at all. And so I think this is sort of one that is maybe going to be less of an issue, and that you get more kind of like subconscious change going on, and it's more kind of under the radar. So if you're very curious about what people have to say about the pronunciation of some of these words. So that is my last example, and you can move on to my last slide. So thank you very much. That is the hill behind my house, and it gives you a view of Edinburgh if you walk up the hill. And thank you so much for inviting me again. Thank you so much for listening to all of this. It was really fun putting it together. I hope some of it is some stuff that you can relate to, and I'd be very interested to know, you know, to hear what sorts of things you hear complained about in the pronunciation of English. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Cowie. Thank you for that wonderful, informative and interesting session, because there were cultural references, there were, you know, what do you say, like linguistic references and so many different things going on. So it was a wholesome experience. I would like to invite our principal, Dr. Mari Fernandez, to moderate this session from here on. So over to you, Dr. Mari.
Oh, she might. I'm not sure whether she's here. Maybe okay. you can just start at least.
All right. Okay. So anyone, any questions you have, you can put them in the chat, or you could, you know, just raise your hand, and then we can let you unmute and ask the question. Okay. There's already one question. It's a comment. This reminds me of Tejas Harat. Currently works as a copy editor at India's reputed weekly journal Economic and Political Weekly, where in an article he mentions the gap between the Marathi he speaks at home and the Marathi taught in schools. For example, there were certain letters that were not there in his native tongue. So yeah, I had discussed this in my class. So yeah, so it did the Sasha, the student who has given us this comment, she was reminded of this particular example when she heard your session.
Yeah, it sounds really interesting. I'd love to know more about it.
Article, yeah.
Yeah, please, yes. So it sounds like in school, people are being asked to follow the writing system, even if that's not what they're learning at home. Yeah.
Yes. Any other questions? Yes. Yes. Yeah.
May I?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Cowie. I was wondering, I'm teaching a course on studying language and literature here in Bangalore at the Azim Premji University, and one of the challenges is to get students to take language variation seriously, that and not be judgmental about it. And this is a major challenge for teacher educators, because eventually they're going to be in the classroom and are going to divide students or label students by standard speakers of standard Marathi versus speakers of some other variety, low prestige variety, and so on. I was thinking, do you have any thoughts on what kinds of teacher training strategies might be a good way to get teachers to be a little more relaxed and open about language varieties? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I could also try and put you in touch with quite a lot of resources they have here for particularly the English language A-level, where they also teach a lot of language and literature. And they have tried to get a lot of linguists involved in that. And I think that some of my colleagues are doing a really good job of just this process of explaining that you know, the complaints that people have don't really correspond to writing, that there's not sort of really some correct form in writing out there. And they've just, you know, like the Claire Hardacre, she's got a blog, and the other colleague I mentioned, Sadie Ryan, has got a blog, and they're very accessible to teachers and students. I mean, they're not academic articles, and I think it's sort of really academics putting the work in to try and you know, just share this information about variation, and also explain how, you know, there's not some correct written form out there that should trump differences in pronunciation. So I think it's trying to get academics to engage more with the public is a big part of it, rather than stay in our ivory towers. Yeah, I think that it's great if, you know, there's also opportunities for teachers to maybe in a kind of separate class to play around with variation, and just, you know, get people to talk about themselves and where they're from in a non-judgmental way, maybe in a session that's separate from like a language learning session. We're trying to do a bit of that. We've got a kind of diary project where we got people to self-record themselves in Edinburgh in the pandemic. And we are working on it with schools. And so we're getting school kids to look at these self-recordings and comment on them. So, and we were trying to do sort of more outreach work where we just go around to schools and, you know, we get kids to kind of share the knowledge that they bring about different pronunciations and different dialects, and trying to affirm it as important knowledge. Yeah, so I think it really is about academics doing a lot of public engagement work.
All right, we have time for one more question. So anyone wants to ask a question may go ahead right now. All right, so I guess that's it. Okay, there's one question, all right, just as I was about to. Okay, so what is going to be the future of language with the intervention of machine? This question is by Gitanjali. Yeah, so
luckily I'm next door to a big computing facility in University of Edinburgh, where they do lots of speech technology, and I have lots of colleagues in speech technology, as Shruti knows. So it's a very big thing. And so I know a bit more about it than I otherwise would. And I do think that a lot of my colleagues spend a lot of time wondering how machines can capture variation. So you've probably heard all kinds of complaints about how Alexa can't understand certain accents, or Google Home can't understand certain accents. And that is a challenge because these machines are trained on, you know, maybe the most standard speakers, or maybe speakers from particular regions. And so they, you know, they have to be trained on a much wider range of data so that they can cope with different accents. And so that I think that is a big challenge in speech tech right now. But the nice thing about speech tech is that it's naturally quite democratic in that, you know, if speakers with a Spanish accent buy Alexa, then that goes into the big Alexa pool of knowledge, and you know, they eventually have to get it right. So you know, it's a bit different to you know, the history of English and the dominance of standard accents. I think it is going to make things maybe a bit more democratic.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cowie, for accepting our invitation and for sharing your knowledge with us. I'm really happy that you were able to be a part of this conference.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Lobo.
Thank you, Dr. Cowie and Shruti, for moderating the session. So we are now ready for our first round of paper presentations. And I would like to invite Dr. Sucharita Sarkar to moderate this particular session. Dr. Sarkar is an associate professor of English at DTSS College of Commerce, Mumbai. A doctoral thesis investigated mothering narratives in contemporary India. Her current research focuses on intersections of maternity with body, religion, cultures, memoirs, and media from South Asian perspectives. Her recent publications include articles in journals like Digital Humanities Quarterly, Current Sociology, Qualitative Inquiry, and Open Theology, along with chapters in edited volumes. She is also part of an international collaborative project on motherhood and religions, funded by a grant from the American Academy of Religion. A very good afternoon now, Sucharita.
Right.
And the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Susan, and thank you, as ever, St. Andrews, for letting me be a part of this. I just wanted to ask one thing. How much time will each speaker have, since we are, I think, running a little behind schedule?
Yes, so we said about 15 minutes, but we'd request the presenters not to exceed 20. Just to make up for a little bit of lost time and just to allow for a little more interaction.
So each presenter gets around 20 minutes. Am I right? And
remind them,
then
and maybe when it's, you can remind them maybe in the chat box, or like put a message when they have 5 minutes left so that they can start wrapping up.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much, Susan. I'll take it over. Yeah. So without wasting time, we have 3 speakers for this session. And as you've all heard, are you all present? Shilpa, Borkar, June, Dias, and Prajakta Rao? Yeah, thank you. So yeah, your first presenter is Shilpa Joshi Borkar. And the title of her paper is quite clear and self-explanatory. I'll read it out. The importance of English acquisition, L2, for enhanced performance in the service industry by a multilingual workforce. So that's over to you, Shilpa. You have 20 minutes. I'll hop in a bit at 15 and remind you via chat. And if that doesn't catch your attention, I'll talk to you.
Sure. Thank you. Good noon to all. A very good afternoon to Dr. Mari Fernandez, Principal, St. Andrews College, the keynote speakers, the organizing committee members, Dr. Sucharita Sarkar, moderator of the session, the co-participants, and dear students. It is a privilege to present our paper as a part of the online international conference, Discovering the Nuances of English Language and Linguistics, organized by the Department of English, St. Andrews College of Arts, Commerce, and Science. The title of our paper is Importance of English Acquisition, L2, for Enhanced Performance in Service Industry by the Multilingual Workforce, with a special reference to the tourism sector in India. The keywords that we have really identified for our paper are employability, multilingual, service industry, acquisition environment, and L2. If God had so wished, we could have made all Indians speak one language. The unity of India has been and shall always be a unity in diversity. Quote by Rabindranath Tagore, the Nobel laureate in literature. He has so appropriately pointed out the strength of multiculturalism and multilingualism of the country. India is a land with many diversities, be it culturally, socially, economically, ethnically, religiously. We owe it to the rich and diverse culture and the history. It is a country which has around 1/6 of the world's population, and the population of the country in the year 2021 was estimated to be 1.39 billion. Language plays a very pivotal role in the daily life of every Homo sapien. Jessica Chandras, in her article Multilingualism in India, has discussed that multilingualism is part of daily life of every Indian. We have embraced multiculturalism and multilingualism as a part of who we are. L1 for Indians is as varied as 121 languages, 22 scheduled languages, and 99 non-scheduled languages as per the census conducted in the year 2011. The Indians living in urban and semi-urban areas need to communicate and engage in business not only in L1 but L2, L1 and L2 as well, both. The customers seeking services are delighted when served by an individual who not only speaks a native tongue but also is acquainted and well-versed in L2. A study also says that the fastest spreading language in human history, English, is spoken at a useful level by 1.75 billion people worldwide, and that is 1 in every 4 of us. On 2nd February 1935, this is just to see how where the seed of English as L2 was sown. On 2nd February 1835, Lord Macaulay successfully westernized education in India. English was made the official language for the government and the courts and was adopted as the official medium of instruction. The very seed of English education as a medium to attain employment was sown by them. Indians being multilingual have an aptitude to acquire English as L2, as the environment that they are associated with is more conducive to acquiring different languages that they are exposed to. The attitude of most Indians towards acquiring English as L2 is also related to prestige and self-worth. English L2 continues to be accepted as our official language used in court of judiciaries and official purposes of the Union, for transaction of business in Parliament and for central and state acts. Acts and for certain purposes in high courts as per the Official Language Act of 1963. The higher education institutions continue to use English L2 for the purpose of research, registration of patents, and publication of research papers and theses as well. In the business environment, English L2 is prominently used for verbal as well as written communication. All forms of communications are executed in English L2 in the country. Regular usage of English at the workplace provides practice and encouragement to the speaker. Although the English acquisition in India is mainly due to globalization and multinational business organization servicing the Indian customer base. It is the adaptability of Indian people that they learn and accept language and culture of other civilizations. On the other hand, if we look at data of GDP growth rate, we can establish a relation that multilingualism opens scope for higher growth rate. Being multilingual, Indians can adapt in different socioeconomic environments and grow well economically. Education and higher education in L2 opens opportunities for individuals to not only seek better employments in his or her own hometown, but opens the door to global workplace as well. Most of the multinational corporate companies have business dealings with other foreign countries, seek to employ personnel who are adept to L1 and L2. Hence, the acquisition of English becomes crucial right from the hiring process to retaining the jobs and succeeding in one's career. Our paper specifically is focusing on service sector. The reason for focusing on service sector is the service sector is the largest sector of India. The gross value added at current prices for the service sector is estimated at 56.54 lakh crore INR in 2020-21. The service sector accounts for 53.89% of India's GVA of 179.15 lakh crore INR. Service sector is labor intensive and offers numerous employment opportunities. The table here shows us the different sectors of the Indian economy that are mapped, like agriculture, allied, mining and quarrying, manufacturing, services, and the employment that is generated. So as per the table, as we can see, that though the growth in the urban sector in services seems low to start with in the year 1978, it is at a 57.9%, which is second highest in comparison to agricultural and allied sector in the rural area at 83.4%. Over the next 2 decades, that is by 2000, the service sector in rural areas has grown from 9.9% in 1978 to 15.9% in the year 2000. The positive impact of growth in service areas can be witnessed by the improvement in the employment of the population, both in rural as well as urban areas. It can be observed that while the growth in other sectors has remained marginally positive, the growth in the employment is significant. This shows that the service sector offers employment opportunities not just in urban areas, but rural areas as well. As the service industry is people-oriented, acquiring the basic skills in communication is necessary. Having basic qualification for the desired job role is not only criteria of selection. Over here, we are referring to Krashen's theory. The acquisition and learning distinction is the most fundamental of the 5 hypotheses of Krashen's theory. The acquisition and learning hypothesis claims that adults have 2 distinct ways of developing competences in second language. The first is via language acquisition, that is by using language for real communication, which is what we shall focus on. And the second way is to develop competence in a second language is by language learning. The acquisition learning hypothesis claims that adults can acquire a second language and it does not disappear at puberty. This itself gives a lot of hope and opportunities to adults who are looking for gainful employments and where L2 is an essential criteria. Customer satisfaction is one of the important missions of any service organization. Here we have taken a few vision and mission statements of service organizations. Amazon.com, the mission and statement of Amazon.com is our vision is to be Earth's most customer-centric company. Flipkart's to become Amazon of India, and the mission revolves around providing delightful customer experience. Tata Consultancy Services. IT services is one of the major industry in the service sector, which contributes towards employment and foreign exchange generation. Tata Consultancy Services mission is to help customers achieve the business objectives by providing innovative, best-in-class consulting, IT solutions and services, and to make it a joy for all stakeholders to work with them. Oberoi Group of Hotels. We are committed to meeting and exceeding the expectations of our guests through unremitting dedication to perfection in every aspect of service. Here we are trying to establish the importance of customer satisfaction for any service organization. The responsibility of fulfilling the mission and following the vision of the organization is statutory for every individual from each department. Sorry. At the core of each organization is the customer satisfaction, meeting customer expectations, and delighting the customers. This is because service organizations have direct contact with the end customer, usually via the salespeople, service staff, call center, and so on. Customer-centric approach, though not a unique feature in service marketing, is critical and important for tourism and hospitality organizations. while defining the goals. So the human resource development, while defining the training programs or training and development programs, they need to keep certain things in mind. As travel agencies are people-centric, the human resource department of the organization needs to focus on capacity building of every personnel. Capacity building is an ongoing process which helps in fulfilling not only departmental goals, but also helps to achieve self-development. While defining the goals of the training, the manager should be mindful of the aspects such as motivation of the employee, anxiety, and so on. The critical age hypothesis, a critique of research methodology, observes that the factor other than age may be even more significant in successful second language learning, such as personal motivation, anxiety, input and output skills, and the learning environment. Situational motivation, as per the Britannica Encyclopedia, situational motivation appears to be by far the strongest influence on the speed and apparent ease of learning. We would like to present a SOP or training module that can be adopted or designed for a travel agency for its employees in the Indian scenario. The HR or the training and development manager needs to establish goals for the capacity building of its employees for L2. The employees can be tiered based on the level of their competency, skills assessed, job requirements, product knowledge enhancement, and technology upgradation. One of the things that we are particular about or we have identified is the acquisition environment. So at a junior level, for a junior level employee, the employee must shadow his or her superior so as to learn through observation. The mentoring senior employee must set better standards for the junior employee. The middle level, training needs, once identified for each individual, must be addressed by assigning the employee with a time-bound course of training workshop. This is generally offered for enhancement of skills and improving the input-output skills in the middle-level employees. With the senior level employees typically in a travel agency setup are sent on FAM trips, which are familiarization trips, where they get acquainted with the services and the destination and can make recommendations and changes in the product offered and the training that is going to be made available to the middle level and junior level employees upon their return. A few of the other goals or communication goals that can be identified by the HRD or human resource team can be: what is the current position or the current status of the employee in the organization? So at junior level, he should greet and introduce himself to the guest and briefly mention his name in full, along with a polite line such as, "How may I help you?" However, by a middle-level employee, it is expected that upon self-introduction, he should also be able to reciprocate the same to the guest by asking, "Hello, Mr. Kapoor, how are you? Hope you and your family enjoyed your holiday with us." It is important to also identify the guest who walks back to our travel company by their names. Family name is preferred. At senior level, the manager should introduce themselves, make the guest feel comfortable and welcome at the travel agency. "Hello, Mr. Kapoor, how are you and your family? Hope you enjoyed the Mediterranean cruise on your anniversary. Hope Mrs. Kapoor was delighted with the champagne dinner arranged specially for you on your anniversary." So the manager needs to take it to the next level. He needs to remember what the past preferences of the guest were, so that the next recommendations that are made are going to be meaningful and adding value to what the guest is looking for. There are a few more goals that we have identified, but there are also certain things that we have identified that irrespective of the hierarchy or irrespective of the level of the employee, these are the things that they should not be doing, whatever level they are. Here we talk about the organization and services that they are offered, and we should also be able to present the organization in a positive and in a positive manner. So the junior level, he should be able to briefly narrate the history and beginning of the organization in short sentences. He should be able to confidently talk about different services offered by the organization, such as group tours, individual tours, travel reservations, hotel reservations, foreign exchange, etc. He can present the guest with the literature, the printed literature that is available, so that his level of L2 is delivering the complete information through the printed literature that is available. At the mid-level, yes.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes left.
Yes, I shall. I just have my last 2 slides. The middle level, he should be able to narrate the history, beginning of the organization, and mention certain highlights and achievements. He should be able to confidently suggest various services offered by the organization, as well as make cross-selling available to the guest. At senior level, he should talk passionately about the organization and make recommendations for the services that the guest might be interested in. As I was mentioning, irrespective of the hierarchy, all the guests should be treated with eye contact and a warm smile as soon as they arrive at the counter. The guest should be heard with genuine interest and with an intent where we want to resolve any of the queries, suggestions, feedbacks by the guest. We never make fun of the guest pronunciations. We should be patient and repeat any number of times the same information if the guest is unable to follow the instructions or information provided to him. We should refrain from asking too many personal questions which are not necessary. Like when I was saying, hope Mrs. Kapoor enjoyed the Mediterranean cruise, and so I don't have to say it was Mrs. Kapoor, right? Because the passport did not say that. I can't say that. That's personal information which I don't need to ask. He should remain secular, objective, and refrain from making any political, religious, ethnic, and socially inappropriate remarks. In our conclusion, every travel agency, after assessing the English acquisition of the employee using the scientific tools available, should conduct training modules at regular intervals. These trainings will ensure achieving the goals, mission, and vision of the organization through a highly motivated, skilled employee. Language acquisition is hence an essential aspect in capacity building. A multilingual individual who is in the service sector has a profession which is customer-centric and with right environment can enhance his performance at the workplace. This will act as a motivation for achievement of his personal goals and professional advancement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shilpa, so much. It was really interesting because I think a lot of us are not from the corporate world, and so this was very eye-opening for us. Yeah, and thank you for sticking to the time. So without due ado, I think we should move to the second speaker. June, are you with us? Yeah, thank you. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. June Diaz.
I'm June
Diaz. Okay, I'm very sorry. I just get... don't want to mispronounce it. So June's paper will be is titled "The Ethics of Teaching Phonology to Multilingual Students," and you have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Sarkar, and good afternoon, Dr. Mari, Dr. Susan, the Department of English of St. Andrew's College. Good afternoon, Dr. Rao, Dr. Pandey, Dr. Cowie, every one of my co-presenters, and the students and teachers and our friends attending on Zoom and YouTube. I'm grateful to St. Andrew's College for giving me this opportunity to present a paper at St. Andrew's, and it being my alma mater, I wish I was there in person. The topic of my paper is the ethics of teaching phonology to multilingual students proficient in mother tongues. My paper will concentrate on the changing responsibilities of a teacher of English literature and English communication skills, including basic phonology, on a journey of constant discovery and nuances of old and new spellings, meanings, and pronunciations of words in English. The English language has been used by writers to tell their stories and narrate them to us from the perspective of a foreign land. The stories tell us about experiences that we may never have encountered in words, the meanings of which may have changed beyond recognition. Literature that dominates our syllabi is from English of the 16th to the early 20th century, England, for a majority of our papers. We have followed the genre classification of the text, even as we often fear to stray beyond geographical boundaries of terrains set by previous syllabi, where papers were chronologically arranged. As we teach today, we straddle an increasing gap between generations of writers and readers, especially if we cover literature from specific historic periods like the Elizabethan age or the Restoration age. Observe the theoretical gap, for instance, between the 16th century and the 20th, and then compare it with the gap now between the 16th and the 21st, the learning environment in which our current students study. So do we teach students of the 21st century to adhere to the original meanings and phonological nuances of pronunciation, or allow interpretations of text to be more reader-centric and sensitive to the different pronunciations and meanings now attached to the words used? Phonology as a science covers, as the quote goes, the study of sound patterns that occur within a language. As a subject, it has been taught at the undergraduate level with the intention of giving students a gap of correct pronunciation and the tools for discovering the correct pronunciations if such rules are non-negotiable. As a student, I studied the patterns of speech inflection with interest and discovered the discrepancies of many pronunciations seemingly acceptable for speakers of Indian English, but not as negotiable at the level of academia, especially for a subject like English literature. What makes the correct pronunciation especially challenging to negotiate is the fact that subjects like poetry base the complete understanding of a poem on one's ability to peel off surface layers of understanding, to discover meanings and puns based even on the sound effect of words. And then some of those meanings and sounds do change. There's also the arrangement of words, such as that the sound fits in with the rhyme scheme. As words undergo change over time, both the intended meaning of the poem as a whole and the intended sound effect may elude the current reader, whose lack of familiarity with the meaning of a word in its historic context or rules regarding the way in which it was meant to be pronounced is not necessarily available to every reader or listener of the poem. Case in point, the word the, which whose origins exist in Middle English and before that as ye in Old English. So it's also pronounced as sir in Old English. So ultimately, some of these, many of these were superseded by the and the. So other linguists have linked the letter Y to the usage of ye in the older forms, like for instance, ye old tea shop from the old rune thorn, part of a writing script used across Northern Europe for centuries. It's only relatively recently, the introduction of the Roman alphabet, that the has come into being. Are we then to discriminate between two kinds of readers? One reader or listener who studies and grasps the intended meaning after careful analysis of the etymology of several words and their contextual meaning, and the other one who understands it as it would be read in a contemporary context, sound and meaning both having changed over time. Likewise, should we follow a didactic rule book for phonology, or allow for a more inclusive discussion of possible pronunciation patterns as they present themselves, just as we allow for other possible interpretations of literary texts? To give you an example of an experience of my student, there was a girl who had studied Romeo and Juliet by Shakespeare in our classrooms, and she chose to interpret Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet not as star-crossed lovers, but victims of economic conditions that led to their tragic end. A Marxist interpretation was an unusual one for a student of her age, but she argued it with aplomb and rationalized her approach to the text with substantial evidence of societal conditions that supported her interpretation. As her teachers, we supported her right to choose to interpret the text as she did. Her examiner differed in this regard, and she was given just 1 mark for a 20-mark answer on the topic. A grade that low today is not admissible even for students who barely string together a grammatical sentence. But that girl took all of 4 years to get the paper re-evaluated, and she graduated long after she had left her first job, which was incidentally with an international media house. All because there was one acceptable interpretation for a Shakespearean text and no other for her assessor. As a teacher who has, like every educator in this meeting, read thousands of different handwritings over the years, I am also a proficient sleuth who can decipher many handwritings with aplomb. But sometimes faced with illegible handwritings in the offline mode, I may have more than once let down my guard and cut a student's marks for the sheer incomprehensibility of the script that has been reread time and again without further comprehension. And I have been called out for this by a senior colleague. I valiantly defended myself against what I considered a brutal accusation, but in hindsight admitted the possibility. We can be just as rigid with our phonological preferences. Do we follow a strictly Anglophonic pattern of speech? Are our spellings Americanized by an autocorrect setting in Word documents? In speech patterns, we hear words pronounced differently, but we have a preferred way of pronouncing them ourselves. Does that necessarily mean that we are wrong? Is what most speakers of English would have asked themselves at some point or the other along a never-ending learning curve. One can find oneself at a much steeper learning curve in other languages that one is not so familiar with. And so I will display a video which is a spoof of English speakers who try out Hindi as a language, and this is in Mumbai. So can I have the video being presented, please? Ashley?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just trying to get it on. Just give me a second. Although I would not be able to play the YouTube video, that's just one thing.
Okay.
Just give me a second. All right, shall I share my screen?
Yes.
All right. This is it, right, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God, your Catholic accent is so sexy. Say it again, man. Bandra. Aurat.
Marad.
Kendivli. Hey, Father Rodriguez. Bazaar. Ladanoni. Chuttamalinga. Baji. Our Father. Baya. 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 Listen, ya.
We have many such spoofs of pronunciation of Indian languages, and not only of one sector of society, but many others. And I think it's a given that if I try to speak Hindi, it will be laughed at. If I try to speak Marathi, it will be laughed at. And it is a form of discrimination. Before I started teaching English at the college level, I dabbled in many part-time jobs. One of them was teaching conversational English as part of the extramural department of the University of Mumbai. When students joined that course, they came there with the sole perspective of self-improvement because many of them were senior professionals in a variety of fields, including education. The other kind of job I dabbled with was as a call center trainer. In this case, we were answering a need for individuals who could converse fluently in English with customers across the globe. Both sets of students, I assumed, came in with the intention of building a certain level of proficiency in spoken English. Did speaking English without an accent open doors for them professionally? Perhaps it did, but it also meant that both sets of students came in with a huge chip on their shoulder. Without speaking a certain kind of English and a certain level of pronunciation, am I inferior? Having grown up with more than one Indian language spoken as mother tongues at home, the speech sounds in English, their pronunciation comes from their utilization of English as a second, third, or even fourth language, which is not uncommon in India to speak in more than 3 languages. The number of languages and dialects spoken in each Indian household and their range of cross-cultural influences makes each Indian speaker's usage of any language truly an idiolect, and their usage of English in terms of vocabulary and pronunciation patterns very unique. But who is equipped to teach us standard English pronunciation in India? Is there such a thing as standard English pronunciation and for Indians? And if so, who are its users? The same question can be posed to users of English for countries where English is the first and for many, the only language of speech. There are 20 such countries listed by a Sheffield website as nations where English is the first language: England, America, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Ireland, Jamaica, Malta, and many others. In these countries, it is presumed that there is no language other than English that most people use as a first language, and therefore the concomitant privileges accrued by them include the waiving of a requirement to prove proficiency in English. India, on the other hand, does not get listed as a nation where the majority of users of English use it as a first language. No, because most Indians are more proficient in at least 2 other languages and use English for its transactional value. So, prove ourselves we must if we want visas to English-speaking countries. But do you know that India is the 3rd largest English-speaking country after the US and UK? English is definitely the primary language of higher education and research, maritime communication, international air traffic control, and even internal air traffic control. Even as Hindi is recognized as the national language in more northern states than southern states of India. An unwieldy 3-language formula for education has been adopted in most parts of India, but the impression that proficiency in English is the ticket to many local advantages, international travel, and higher job prospects in general is here to stay. In pre-independence times, it was leaders like Raja Ram Mohan Roy who favored English for academic and scientific purposes, and English administrators like Macaulay tailor-made the structure of the education system to suit the purposes of colonizers. Then and now, Indians viewed an education in English as a passport to success, but also as a means of employment. The need to learn English has a paradoxical push and pull effect on its Indian users even today. Currently, Indians of all classes favor giving their children an English medium education in order to ensure a bright future for their wards, while most parents encourage their children to speak their mother tongue at home so as not to lose touch with their roots. The soon-to-be implemented national education program seems to be tailor-made for that bent of thinking, perhaps in an even more rigid way. But these increasingly nativist cultural paths chosen by the majority leads to an eclectic blend of accents beautifully influenced by nuances of speech unique to each mother tongue. We as Indians are pretty adept at identifying regional differences in accents. I cannot show you the video, but maybe I can share.
Sorry, I'll just again interrupt. 5 more minutes.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
So talking about regional differences in accents, as a rule of thumb, the closer you are culturally to the speakers of a particular accent, the more proficient you are and in identifying the subtleties of differences in each accent from another. Just as a non-native of the UK untrained in phonology would be likely to confuse regional variations of accent, so also foreigners listening to Indian speakers with a layperson's ear could confuse subtly differentiated accents. Which brings us back to the question of whether these differences of patterns of speech are necessarily disadvantages and need correction. If there are as many as 30 plus speech patterns in the UK alone, there are at least 10 in the US, while Canadian accents reflect varying degrees of amalgamation of influence from the US and the UK. These are allowable differences in sound and dialects of people. Then is there an accent correction, reduction, or neutralization of accent required in India? If an accent is incomprehensible to me, but they are allowed to hold on to them, what's wrong with me holding on to mine is a legitimate question an Indian might ask. They're absolutely right. There is nothing wrong in owning one's usage of the language that has for long belonged to users across the globe. There is nothing wrong in pronouncing differences of words as long as the person you are speaking to can make an effort to understand and does. Intelligibility is a two-way street and involves the speaker and the listener. Each of them requires a sufficient level of proficiency in a language to communicate with the other. Presumptions about wrong usage of English, especially of pronunciation, are often a sign of prejudice that might be more unconscious and hence tougher to uproot than more obvious forms of prejudice based on caste, gender, color, nationality, or religion. We hear people speak with an accent that is unlike our own, and we join the dots, concluding that the person has studied in a vernacular medium school, comes from a lower stratum of society, has had a rural upbringing, is a first-generation learner of English, and so on. Therefore, can be inferior in other ways. Does a man's ability to play a violin, for instance, dependent on his ability to speak good English? I think not. Does a woman's articulation of a verb determine her ability to master the skill of coding? No. But these are two examples of automatic biases that may crop up when selecting skilled personnel for forms of employment that have very little to do with their language proficiency. On the other hand, English language proficiency helps open doors for individuals whose skill sets may or may not be on par with less fluent competitors. Speaking like a native, therefore, is in high demand. Being able to converse in English without a hint of a regional rounding or lilting is a skill that is worth paying for. Many institutions thrive on individual insecurities and offer to help learners pick up the Queen's English or an American accent, believe it or not, in 3 lectures of 14 minutes each. And they are in high demand. I wish I had that kind of success rate with my communication skills class, teaching 15-minute lectures for 3 years. But given the fact that the world is not going to change overnight and nobody is wiping off their prejudices in one clean sweep, allowing each other to change their manner of speech to suit their requirements is not a crime either. It is understanding. There is also nothing wrong in modifying one's speech to reach a level of proficiency required for securing a job of one's choice, in acquiring an accent to be better understood at one's place of work, if that's the only way to get work done. But there's also nothing wrong in holding to one's accent and expecting our co-workers to lean in closer and make a greater effort to follow the nuances of our speech. It would be a longer route for your colleagues, but a more egalitarian workplace setting once achieved. Since both ways of looking at pronunciation are equally admissible, as I have sought to argue, where does that leave us as teachers of communication skills and English literature? To teach or not to teach, that is the question. As Amitabh Bachchan would have said, no one is perfect. Criticism is always welcome and expected. Thank you.
Thank you so much, June. That was a really, really deep dive into a very, very relevant topic. I feel that this kind of constant tussle between authenticity and intelligibility, and I love the stance you took that both are permissible, that both are okay, and there are pros and cons to both. So yes, it is, and I am on your side in the sense that I totally believe in the validity of pluralizing English and in the term Englishes rather than English. So thank you for that. I'm sure it resonated a lot with so many of us here, because Mumbai is a kind of a melting pot of different kinds of not just languages but also Englishes. So yeah. Very interesting. Thank you. And yeah, for the third speaker of this session, Prajakta, are you there with us? I can't see her.
Thank you, Juna. God bless. Enjoyed your paper.
Thank you, Dr. Mari.
Yeah. So if Prajakta is here, can she be put on the spotlight?
No, ma'am, she isn't there in the participants list, at least with her name.
She isn't?
No.
Okay, so then do we take on the questions if there are any, or comments by any of you? Because these were like totally two different sides of English we saw. One was the use of English in the corporate sector, or, when we are professionals, and one was from the teacher's perspective, but also taking in the fact that yes, we might need a more flattened out English pronunciation to be intelligible to our professional co-workers and customers. Any question, anybody? Any comments, any sharing of experiences? I'm sure as teachers, a lot of you have experiences you can share, like June did. By the way, that video is so relatable because I'm a Bengali, and there's exactly, I mean, I think they kind of borrowed the formula from each other, where they're basically making fun of themselves speaking Bengali in different accents or speaking English with a Bengali accent. So that's.
Sarkar, I think there is a question in the chat box, no?
There is? I'm sorry.
Something about the English language.
Yeah. So this is from Chainika, but I'm not sure who it is to. Both of you can answer it then. Has the English language seen a lot of transformation from the influence of pop culture, say from usage to acceptance? Shilpa or June, any one of you can choose, or both of you can answer. It's there in your chat boxes.
Shilpa, you want to go ahead?
Rao has raised his hand also.
Okay, maybe has the English language seen a lot of transformation? I think it has. And the fact that we are so familiar with pop culture influences also makes understanding a lot easier for all of us. The fact that we watch a lot of serials from different language sources and different cultural backgrounds, singers and actors who speak differently, who take on different accents for different roles. I think it has made our intelligibility much easier for global audiences. And also the fact that we are exposed to so much more global influence today means that everyone is maybe allowing for more variations in the language and in the pronunciation patterns. And I think that's absolutely the direction it should go. Dr. Giridhar Rao. Dr. Rao.
Yeah, thank you. Question for or comment for Shilpa Borkar. You mentioned Steve Krashen's work on language acquisition, and I completely agree with that. I was just wondering, an important part of his toolkit, of Krashen's toolkit, is this idea of reading for pleasure, what he calls free voluntary reading. I was wondering if in the process of language acquisition for these specific ends, specific corporate niches that you were thinking about, do you see the development of or collection of such interesting reading material, which learners or acquirers, language learners, do for pleasure, reading for pleasure rather than for instruction or for self-edification or whatever? But that seems to be a big part of his argument, is it not? He has a wonderful co-authored case study from 2019 called the power of reading, about the pleasures of reading Kung Fu novels and Perry Mason novels and so on. So reading for pleasure, do you think that should be part of the toolkit as well?
Dr. Sucharita, I guess you're on mute. If you could unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm asking, the question was to Shilpa, right?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So is she?
Maybe she's.
Anyway,
so it's a general, a delightful paper that others also might like to look at. Let me just share the link.
Yeah, I think, yes. May I just comment? I think it's a wonderful idea, Dr. Rao, to say that, reading for pleasure. And when you read for pleasure, you really enjoy it and just prompts you on to learn more and more. And what better way than to bring in some kind of literature into the whole learning of language.
In fact, I think that can also be a motivation for learning Esperanto, because, it just seems so fascinating when you talked about it that if, as you said right now, the practical use of Esperanto might be limited, but definitely as a hobby, as a pleasure, just to learn more, I feel motivated at least to maybe switch on to Duolingo and start learning a bit. Right.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
I've put in the reference in the chat box at some point if she would like to follow it up.
Thank you so much. No, we're all interested. Many of us, I'm guessing, and there's also a link to June's video. If anybody's in, want to, it's a real wormhole. So you go into it and you'll find tons of other videos, really interesting and funny ones. So if there are no more questions or comments from anybody, Susan, can I
have a question.
Oh, okay, that's great. Yeah.
So this whole debate about right and wrong, I'm just wondering now, suppose, for example, you consider something like the IELTS exam, which is a test of, speaking also, not just writing. It's not enough for you to just know, grammar and things like that. Then it's and you have to listen, which means that you're also listening to the foreign accents. You have to be able to catch up and, be really quick. So I know people who want to go abroad, but they've not been able to. They're not able to because they didn't get that, whatever was the minimum score that they needed to get in the IELTS, because that's the stumbling block for either, migrating or going for studies or anything of that sort. So we can, sit here and debate about the politics of right and wrong all we want. But at the same time, the fact is that as of now, there is still that expectation, and you cannot make important decisions in your life, like where you want to study and where you want to live, if you don't follow what is accepted as the correct pronunciation or grammar or anything of that sort. So in the light of that situation, what does one really do? And you have so many teachers who are also now doing IELTS training.
That's right, Susan. And it's like a catch-22 situation for us as teachers of English, both in an Indian context as well as for students who have aspirations to study and work abroad. And like I said, it's an individual choice that one makes. Of course, correct English is the idea of correctness can have grammatical boundaries, and but in terms of pronunciation, are you intelligible, or is it the acquisition of a specific dialect which is regional specific in the UK, in America, which is a requirement to take on artificially, which is my the argument that I was making in order to be accepted in a particular job. And the whole point is communication. If you can be understood by somebody, is it a requirement to take on an artificially imposed accent? And that's a choice ultimately that the job seeker makes, that if they want to get into a certain terrain of work, they will take it on as a challenge, but maybe holding on to their roots in other ways. And there are many who have made that leap of faith and moved on to speaking as required for their job. But as mentioned in previous papers, people relax that specific kind of pronunciation when they are in a more close-knit set of friends who share their cultural background and their linguistic preferences, and there they perhaps would be more comfortable with something which is true to their native roots.
Right. The reason I'm asking is because I had two specific people in mind. Both are Catholics, and one is a doctor. One was a doctor, and but it's just that he had this very Mangalorian accent. But of course, all his medical studies were done in proper English. His wife was working abroad as a nurse, and he wanted to join her there. And he had given the IELTS exam more than once, and he went for classes, and he was still failing it. And another was is a very close relative of mine who has tried twice, and so they're perfectly intelligible. In this context, obviously something is not working out when they are being tested and examined, at that level.
So I think
I'm not even talking about people who, who's, Catholics speak English like almost as their mother tongue, not very fluent in Konkani. So even for people of that, from that background, if they're also not able to pass the exam.
Yes, I think the inclusivity has to be broadened from the side of the people who are testing the applicants for these exams. And I feel that there can be a widening of the range of accents that you allow for as long as they are intelligible. There is a step forward. There should be a step forward for that kind of inclusivity.
There is a comment in the chat box by Anusha Ramanathan, who informs us that with reference to the IELTS, there are listening tracks which have varying accents and pronunciation. So maybe that step towards inclusivity is already there, might need to be broadened. I don't know, but as long as it's on the right way, so that's something.
Anusha can unmute herself.
I will just refer to what June was talking about, her own personal bias, and I mean, not her own personal bias, but the examiner who had assessed her student, and say that I think a lot of the assessment comes in from the bias of the examiners. For instance, if you're looking at IELTS or TOEFL or anything, there are studies that have been done that examiners from second world countries are a lot more stricter about pronunciation than examiners from first world countries. In terms of first world countries, when I'm talking about it with specific reference to where English is a native language. So they are a lot more biased in that sense in terms of understanding. It's also, in addition to pronunciation, we keep harping about pronunciation. I'm adding to June's point, we also need to think about speed, fluent. When we talk about fluency, whether fillers are allowed or not allowed, there are so many other cultural dynamics that are involved there. Fillers are something that Asian and African societies use at times, but are not really something that, say, a British society would be very comfortable with. So these are points that we would have to be thinking about and saying, and I agree with June about the fact that maybe, we need behavioral changes and attitudinal changes to be brought in rather than saying that we will teach to test. Just wanted to put that down.
Yes, and talking about behavioral changes, even depending on facial expressions and the way we nod our heads and things like that, it's something that we've spoken about repeatedly over the years of talking about Indianisms in English. But it's a cultural way of talking and expressing oneself, which complements our usage of language, and it should be accepted. I think Ashley has a question.
Yes, Ms. June, thank you so much. Actually, it's in continuation to what Dr. Susan mentioned and even what you've covered in your talk. So you've mentioned about how, and actually this question comes actually down to the IELTS exam that was just covered by, in a question by Susan ma'am. In specific, that I being fortunately, I was fortunate enough to take the IELTS exam just 2 months back because of my interest in the aviation sector. And you did mention about air traffic control, national and international. But unfortunately, as it was mentioned in our IELTS exams, it's very unfortunate that, especially in the listening, reading, and writing side of things, it's very primitive English use, especially in terms of pronunciations, and even the language that they expect us to answer by is mostly down to British English or even somewhere towards the ancient English side of things. I know I'm not putting it that right. I'm not yet very well versed with my technical terms, unfortunately. But as in, how right would it be in today's world, especially with people taking English as their second language, not their primary language, of course? How right would it be to say the correctness of English that they expect from us when it comes to these things?
There is a practical aspect to this question, Ashley, and when you're going to work in a particular country, it is a requirement that you are understood by and you understand native speakers, and maybe that is the foundation for the rule set. But as I've mentioned in my paper, if across England itself, there are so many variations of pronunciations, accents, and that's permissible, I think we can, we can expect a certain amount of understanding as well. At the same time, there can be a step made in the direction of more standardized English if that would lead to closing the gap a little faster. When you look at the gap between an Indian pronunciation based on a local dialect and an Indian English pronunciation based on a local dialect, and an Edinburgh pronunciation, for instance, and somewhere between the two is the intelligibility of both speaker and listener.
Thank you, June, for that answer. I'll again have to hop in and say that I think we are at the end of our time limit. So, I mean, it was a fascinating fact. Oh yeah, there's a comment by Anusha. So I'll just read that out. To go back to Dr. Pandey's point, language is dynamic. Also, let us understand the examinations require some standardization agreement for certification purposes to understand competencies and define them. Yeah, so as I think June was saying this, that there are pros and cons to both, and that we might have to travel on two boats for a while to kind of till things are more democratized in a way. June, if you have, if you permit, then can we end the session here, and Shilpa also. So over to you, Susan. That's the next part is yours.
Thank you so much, Sucharita. You did a wonderful job of moderating the session, and I think it was easy because the papers were also very well presented. Thank you, June. Thank you, Shilpa. And we were supposed to break for lunch at 1:15. It's a little past 1:30. It's almost 1:35. So I think we can get back at 2 p.m. If that's okay with everyone. 25 minutes, I think, should be good enough. So we'll meet at 2.
Thank you.
We have one round of, we have one more invited speaker, and we have one round of presentations after lunch. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, Ashley, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Shireen here?
Yeah, I'm here, ma'am. Hi.
She's here. Huh? Okay. And our presenters? Sucharita, Anusha, and Lakshmi, I think, might be joining a little later. I don't know. Nisha, is Nisha here already? I think so, no? Nisha, are you there?
She's not in the
Anyway,
participants.
yeah, but we have to, as long as Shireen is here, we can start.
Okay.
Principal ma'am also here. Yeah, okay. How many we 51 participants. Okay. Okay, let's start.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now move on to our second part of the conference. We have a very special invited speaker with us, Dr. Irani, who is also an alumna of St. Andrews College. So just to give you a little bit of background on Dr. Shireen Irani. She's a linguist with a PhD in the disciplinary field of language and music. She has taught linguistics at the University of Mumbai and the Ali Yavar Jung National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disabilities as a guest faculty since 2017. She has conducted several workshops with students, teachers, and government professionals, including in rural areas of Maharashtra, on scientific and multilingual pedagogic methods in the classroom and approaching English from the perspective of cognitive linguistics. Her talk is on meaning creation in English, a cognitive perspective. And over to you, Dr. Shireen Irani.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and thanks a lot for having me here. I'm really grateful to St. Andrews. It's such an honor to be part of this platform, sharing this platform with such wonderful speakers that we heard in the morning. Just please let me know if there is any issue with my audio or the camera. Thank you.
Yes,
and
yes, definitely.
Even the presentation is ready, so whenever you're ready.
Great. Thanks. Ashley is going to help me with the presentations. Thanks so much, Ashley. So how do we make meaning is basically the question that we are asking. How do we assign meaning to a word in any language for that matter? And one explanation is that word meaning is arbitrary, right? That there is no real connection between the word dog and an actual dog, for example. And that is true by and large. And one way that in which we hardwire or internalize these associations is through repeated experiences of the same association, where the caregiver is pointing at the object and saying, look, this is a dog, this is an apple, and so on. But this we can do only for objects that are broadly concrete and tangible, right? But what is more interesting, however, is the mechanism by which we ascribe meaning to abstract concepts, to things that we cannot really point out in the world. And that is what we are going to essentially talk about today. And so we know that our interaction, our tryst with the world really starts the moment we are born, right? We are bombarded with sensations through all our sensory organs, and we have also sensations of heat and cold and pleasure and pain and so on. All of this information we perceive, we process, we cognize. And so in that sense, even before language, there is cognition. Language comes about perhaps somewhere between the age of 1 and 2, where we realize that we have this wonderful gift that we can use to communicate to others of our sensations, about our world, about our reality. But how objective is this reality, do you think? Does language really convey objective reality? Just take a guess, just think about it. How real do you think your representation of the world is? So I'd like you to think of a number from 1 to 10, rate your level of objectivity, give a rating to how objectively you think you represent the world. And just keep that number with you and let's see what happens to that number. And in fact, let's find out right now. So Ashley is going to show you a couple of optical illusions. And I'm a person with 100% blindness. Now, I'd like you to describe these illusions to me best as you can. Yeah. Would anyone like to try it out? Tell me about the first illusion. What color is it? What color is the band? Do you think it grows darker or lighter, or does the shade remain the same? Is it uniform throughout? Is there anyone who'd like to take up the challenge of describing it to me? Come on, I'm at your mercy now. Okay, let's look at the second one. Is it a face or a vase? What about the third one? This might be new for some of you. This basically tells me that both the figures, there is a horizontal figure and a vertical figure, and both of them are equal in length.
Dr. Shireen, answers.
Yes.
For the first one, we have to answer one from Dr. Pooja. She said it's getting lighter. And we have one from Anusha saying that it's the same color, the band.
Okay, thanks for these answers. And now I have two answers. Now, which one of these would be objective? How do I decide? That is not to say that any of you is wrong. Yeah, this is your perception of it. And so keep in mind the rating that you gave in the beginning, saying that your perspective is pretty objective, in case you want to sort of reduce that rate by maybe 1 or 2 points. Yeah. And so I was talking about the third illusion, which basically says that Wikipedia tells me that these are both the figures are of equal duration. There's also a scale there apparently that shows you that they're of equal duration, but I'm sure that some of you might perceive one of them as slightly longer than the other. And actually, I request you to just remain here for some time. I'll ask you to move to the next slide. And so you might say that, okay, optical illusions are, an exception, but rest of the stuff by and large is pretty objective. So let me give you a few more examples of everyday use. Before I kind of came to linguistics or even cognitive linguistics, every time I'd buy a garment, I'd go home and I'd ask my parents what color it was. And one would say blue and the other would say green. And I'd say, yes, thank you very much, for having fun at my expense. Little did I know at that time that there are actually gender differences in the way that we perceive color. Okay. Again, you might say this is a personal experience. So let me now give you examples of experiences that we have pretty much every day of our lives. Let's look at our own languages for some time. We say something like, "Ye rasta kahan jata hai?" This is a question in Hindi. It's a very common question. You might have this question in many other languages. We sometimes, I think, even in Indian English, we say this road goes from so and so to so and so place. Does the road actually go somewhere? Yeah. Even when we give directions, we say up right lo, fir ye aayega, fir left lo, fir ek dukaan aayega. Okay. Even when we are traveling by train, we say kaun sa station aaya. Right? Implying that we are basically just sitting stationary somewhere, and there is everything, all the static objects that are objectively static seem to be coming towards us. Right? And so now again, I invite you to think about your rating. Okay. All of these perceptions, yes, Ashley, you can go to the next slide. All of these perceptions basically come from our bodily experience of sitting stationary somewhere and perceiving other static objects coming to us. And this, in fact, comes from our experiences, perhaps even in the womb, but definitely at the moment we are born, because for at least the first year, we are carried around. And so what we know, what we experience is that we are stationary and we have our caregivers carrying us around here and there. And therefore, what we perceive is objects moving around us, not realizing that we are the ones who are actually doing the moving. Okay. Which leads us to basically infer that our representation of reality is not really as objective as we'd like to believe it to be. And therefore, experience plays a very crucial role in the development of meaning in general and word meaning in particular. The meanings encoded in language relate to and reflect our conceptual system, which constitutes our representation of our version of reality. Of course, needless to say that this representation is broadly contingent with the outside world. It's not as warped, it's not so bad, but it is still our version. It is still not Euclidean, it is not objective in that sense. So how and what we experience is crucially mediated by the nature of our bodies and our neuroanatomy. Meanings do not match up with a mind-independent reality. Language is a mirror of our conceptualization and representation of our world. And our body is central to the way we represent this world. I can give you n number of examples. When I say here versus there, what am I doing? When I say here, I mean something that I'm referring to something that is proximal to my body. And so your here is different from my here. Your this is different from my this and that. And therefore, we say that experience is embodied. Okay. And then the other example there that you see is about perceiving fictive motion. Fictive coming from the word fiction, meaning that there is no actual motion, but you kind of see motion happening. You experience something being in motion that is not actually in motion. And again, I can give you n number of examples, not just in terms of movement, or not just when you're traveling, but even when you have things like when you talk about the gaze, the piercing gaze, the penetrating gaze. When you say she looked right through me, what does through technically mean? Through would imply that the gaze would begin at the front of the body and kind of come out backwards at the back. That is not really what is happening. Right? So rather than the more objective case, what we are representing is our perception of what we find, of our experience, basically. Even the way we ascribe a front and a back to certain objects that don't actually have a front and a back. Again, as an extension of our perceived importance to the human face. We always want to know the face behind the name. Right? Next, please, Ashley. All of these examples show us that language represents not objective reality, but reality mediated by our unique physical experiences. And yet, there are parts of our perception and conceptualization that are not so subjective. Again, they may not be 100% objective, but they are widely, readily agreed upon, either universally or at least culturally. And that is what we are going to look at today with prepositions. So experience also grounds many other non-spatial, non-physical representations. A large part of the process of meaning creation involves understanding the more abstract concepts. And how do we do that? We identify a concrete phenomenon, any concrete phenomenon, whose experience most closely resembles the experience of that abstract phenomenon. When we say time is money, for example, what are we doing? we're likening the experience of the value of money to an abstract concept like time, which to us is an equally valuable commodity. And we don't just stop there. We go all the way, mapping all the possible interactions that we have with time, with money onto time, such as saving it, spending it, investing it in something good, sometimes even wasting it. All of these are phrases that we would use both for time and money. So time is money is not just a tall phrase that is used in like quotation marks. These are part of our everyday vocabulary. So this is what is feature mapping. This is what the mechanism looks like. So if you can see the diagram there, you have a concrete entity, journey, and then you have an abstract entity, life, and all the features that we ascribe to journey are very systematically, very neatly mapped onto this experience of journey. Because these are the two domains whose features closely resemble each other. The experience that we have is very close for both of these concepts. And again, it's not just a phrase that is used in quotation marks. When we say things like, I've reached a point in life where blah blah, or someone has reached crossroads in their life, right? Or dead ends and things like that. So you have a source domain, which is the concrete entity, and then you have the target domain, and there is very beautiful mapping of features that happens. And this is the universal part that I was talking about. So what these are nothing but metaphors. But these are not the metaphors that we learn of in English literature as poetic or rhetorical devices. These are metaphors that we use in everyday communication. Metaphors that we live by, as Lakoff and Johnson have titled their wonderful book. Please do read it. It's a great read. Metaphors that we live by. You will see that in the references slide at the end. And so metaphors, in fact, are not just confined to being poetic devices, but are, in fact, vehicles of everyday thought and action. They provide us with the possibility of seeing one thing in terms of another, enabling us to link the senses of a particular word in one domain onto a more abstract entity for us to be able to understand these more abstract stuff. And this is what we're going to do, particularly with respect to prepositions. Spatial particles and specifically prepositions offer very rich and fascinating evidence with respect to the interaction between our spatio-physical experience and how we conceptualize the world, how we represent the world through language. And therefore, they provide very fertile grounds for investigating the ways in which spatial experience grounds many other kinds of non-physical, non-spatial, abstract experiences. And so we're going to look at the meaning or the semantics of some of these prepositions. And what I'm going to try and do is to open up a whole new approach for learners of English as a second language to not only understand the usages of these prepositions, because grammar does not suffice. One of the biggest problems that second language learners of English face is to be able to know the rules of using prepositions. And grammar does not suffice. And so I'm going to just hope to try and open up this approach for second language learners of English to not only understand the meanings of these prepositions, but also to be able to engage with this fabulous gift that we have of creating meaning from existing meaning, to actually participate in the meaning making experience that we as probably native like speakers of English have the privilege of doing. So let's look at the first preposition, which is the preposition in. We all know about it. What is the schema that we see here? It is the schema of containment. What that essentially means, if we were just the way that we mapped the features of journey onto life, we could do the same thing with the features of a container. What are the features of a container? So the features that in would imply would be things like containment and boundedness. So there is a sort of a boundary that is created the moment something is placed inside a container. It is closed or bordered at least on 3 sides, sometimes on all sides. There is restriction of movement of the container. So if you have like a liquid or grains that you put in the container, then they don't flow out in all directions. So there is restriction of movement. And then you also have sometimes protection from the outside world. The contained entity, it has little or no access to the outside world, and sometimes it is even protected from the outside world. And now, so it's easy for us to say that the chocolates are in the box and the water is in the bottle and so on. And now, if you look at some of the abstract extensions, when you say, I said this in anger, or the very famous falling in love, what is the first feeling that you get? You get this feeling of enclosure, of sort of boundedness, of this difficulty to get out of that situation. You can't really do it that easily. You have no control sometimes over what you do when you're in those situations. Likewise, being in a difficult situation, being in a fix, all of these phrases that now have in, if you now try and look at it from this perspective, it begins to make a little more sense. And this is what the diagram would then look like. Right? So let's move on to the preposition on. What would be the features of on? There is contact and then there is support. So when you say the cup is on the table, there is the lower surface of the cup is making contact with the upper surface of the table. And then there is, of course, some kind of support. Otherwise, the cup and its contained entity would have filled everywhere. Right? So there is this vertical, something being vertically on top of something, and then there is contact and support. And all of the examples that you see there, water on the dress, even everything that we do on the screen, okay, you have this image of something appearing on top of the screen. So there is the screen, and then there is stuff that appears on the screen. And then the more abstract extensions will include things like being on fire, or being on a roll, on a rampage, or depending on somebody, where again you have this thing of like, leaning on something, where you are on top and you are taking support from the entity that's at the bottom. This is how it would also be diagrammatically represented, where if you look at the diagram, then the circle and the line below it are physically touching each other, which means that there is contact. And the moment we know about on, okay, let's look at a couple of questions that you could think about or even discuss with your friends. Now that you know the difference between in and on, it will be very easy for you to answer this question. What is the difference between being in time and being on time? Right, where you know that when you say please be in time, you are kind of creating this boundary. And if your time point is 3 p.m., then you need to be there within that time limit, meaning it has to be before the time limit, whereas being on time can be exactly at 3 o'clock. And then there is the famous George Carlin question, right? Do we get in the plane or do we get on the plane? And there are, of course, cultural differences, right? For people who believe that you just get onto something that takes you wherever you want to go, there are those people, and then there are others who look at vehicles as containers. There are a lot of cultural differences. I mean, I can go on even with examples in our languages, where there are certain languages and certain cultures who believe that they wear a ring in the finger rather than on the finger. Those are cultural choices that people make depending on what they want to focus on. And therefore, it is also said that metaphors are carriers of culture. These are patterns in the way that people perceive concepts, and they will be cultural. There will be patterns that you will see across that culture, across the world. For example, the difference between the French saying under the rain versus we saying in the rain. Right? So these are cultural choices that people make in terms of how they look at a particular spatial scene. And now, moving on to the next slide, we can now see a whole range of vertical prepositions, where you have on, which makes direct contact. Slightly on top of that is over, where there is no contact, but there is definitely some influence. So when a plane is hovering over a city, the city definitely has something to do with the plane. And the opposite of over is under. So when you have something like under table activities, you have the table having something to do with whatever's going on. When you say she is under my control or under my influence, there is definitely contact. There's definitely influence, even if there is no contact. And then on top of that, you have above, which in fact has no upper limit. So anybody above the age of 18 can vote will imply 18 and up to infinity. If only people live that long, but there is no upper limit there. And likewise, below has no upper limit. It can be as many meters below sea level. But when you say overweight or underage, you're just talking about a little, going slightly outside the conventional expected boundary. So when you say things like stop being over smart or stop overacting, what you're actually saying is that you're going a little overboard, a little outside of the protocol. And that is what you see in the diagram there. Which again leads me to this next question. I'd like to invite you to take half a minute to think about this. Can you arrange now these following words? Going vertically lower and in decreasing order of influence. If there are any answers that come, we can talk about them, or we can take it up during the questions later on. But just think about these words, note them down, and see whether you can arrange them chronologically based on the senses of these words.
Participants, you can put these answers in the chat box and I would read them out during the Q&A session.
Sure. So while people are thinking about it, we can move on and then we can come back there if there is more time. We can now go to the prepositions from and to, which I find most fascinating because I discovered a whole bunch of stuff when I studied these. From, of course, equals point A, right? It is the source of any kind of travel or transfer or movement. To is point B, yes, but it is not just point B. It is also the path that leads to point B. So it is also the journey that matters, which is exactly why we obligatorily use to after certain verbs that are motion verbs, like go to, come to, run to, walk to, and so on. But we never say reached to. Why? Because reached only shows you point B. It doesn't show you the journey. It doesn't show you the process of traveling. Now you tell this to a second language learner of English, and without seeing them, I know how much they light up because this makes perfect sense to them. And this is something that they will never forget. And again, this is applicable to both space, like from Mumbai to Delhi or Mumbai to Goa, and also to an abstract concept like time, where you say from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., where you have this, again, you see this sort of invisible line that starts from point A to point, goes on to point B. And then you have the obligatory use of to with certain other verbs. Verbs like respond, listen, talk. So the difference between listen to something, when you are listening to me, there is some sort of greater involvement on your part, as against if you were only hearing me. You just happen to hear my talk. Likewise, the difference between talking to someone and telling something to someone. So when I'm just telling you something, I don't expect any kind of response or any kind of involvement on your part. Right? So everywhere that you see to used, there is some kind of greater involvement of the point B. Point B is not just the final finishing line. It's not just the end. And in fact, very interestingly, that is why even with go, we don't say go to home. Home is one of the few counter examples where we don't say to, because home in that sense gives us this sense of finality. At least that is how I have understood. That is the explanation that I can think of for why we don't say to after home. Because home has this sense of finality. There is no sense of journey there. And this is, again, of course, diagrammatically represented with that line, which is the most significant part of the representation. And so this was basically just an overview of how pervasive metaphors are in our everyday language use. They're pretty much the best possible way in which we can cognize and represent the world. I can't think of any better way to represent abstract concepts than to take existing words and extend their usages to abstract phenomena. So they are no more understood as purely rhetorical devices. And meaning, therefore, is systematically grounded in the nature of human spatio-physical experience. For us to systematically extend spatial concepts to explain a whole variety of non-spatial, non-physical phenomena. And in this way, we can very productively ascribe meaning to more abstract phenomena. There are a lot of examples that have to do with our body and how we, for example, even in our Indian languages, the difference between kha lena and kha dalna, or pad lena and pad dalna. मैंने उस author के 10 book पढ़ डाली. So the feeling that you get of dalna, to throw, not literally throw, but this feeling of, okay, I'm done with this. I just kind of devoured it all up and I'm done. Whereas Lena would kind of give you a more organic sort of consumption kind of feeling of that activity. And so the robustness of these patterns, not only in English, but also in our languages, but specifically in English, this way of understanding and extending meaning from the concrete to the abstract becomes an excellent learning tool for second language learners of English, particularly for understanding prepositions in their various usages and contexts. I have taught English to second language learners of English for the past 3 years, and the experience has been extremely rewarding. Which then leads us to the final question: what then would be the necessary condition for successful language learning? Grammar or meaning or context? And of course, we all know the answer, and recent policies and practices in education have definitely emphasized on the need for meaning and context. But we still don't see it being operationalized in ESL classes. It might be taught separately, usage is taught separately, and there is a separate grammar class. But that integration, we don't see that happening yet. Cognitive linguistics is in fact this very beautiful branch that integrates these two, grammatical structure and context. Why do we use certain structures in certain specific contexts. For example, why would we say the glass broke rather than I broke the glass in a specific context? Right? And so combining grammar and meaning or usage is the way to go if we truly want to understand language and the human mind in particular. Thank you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Shireen Irani. That was wonderful. That was such an interesting session because you took examples from our everyday conversations. And as you mentioned, they are metaphors that we use in our daily lives, and metaphors are not just for poetry. So like poetical devices. So it was really nice to, relate to those examples. And as you mentioned, it's a great tool for second language learners, because it helps them to understand the language in a more wholesome manner rather than just following rules and prescribed grammar. Yeah. So it was really wonderful, and I'm so happy that I was able to listen to this session, because it helped me a lot as well to understand and look at the aspect of teaching English, learning English, and language itself in a different from a different angle. So thank you so much. And definitely, I really like your example of falling in love and the preposition of in becoming like a feeling of enclosure, containment. I never related those two concepts together, so I really like that as well. So thank you so much. We will now move on to some questions from the audience, and if you have any questions, you can raise your hand or you can put them in the chat box, and I'll read the questions out aloud.
Yeah, may I just say that Dr. Shireen Irani, I'm just so proud of you. Thank you for an excellent presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. It's always an honor to be.
Yes, it's wonderful, really wonderful. And lovely to be listening to you than teaching you for a change. Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. I've learned so much.
Thank you.
I just want to say that, Shireen has, and she's, I don't know, lesson in humility. She, when I sent the program of events, she sent me a message saying, it's okay, you don't have to call me an invited speaker. I'll just be a presenter. And, I don't have any great achievements to flaunt, and it's okay, and this and that. And I told her, I said, we are very happy to have you as one of our, invited speakers. And I think that she has proved that, she is more than capable, and that she really knows what she's talking about. And we are glad that we gave you that honor of being one of our invited speakers.
It is only your kindness, ma'am. You are both, all of you are very kind. St. Andrews has been very kind to me. Thanks.
But you're deserving of it. That's what I'm trying to say. You're just so deserving of it. We're not being partial to you because you were our student or for anything else. But you're just so completely deserving of it. That's just what I want to say. Yeah, so if anybody has, and if you want to, you could just briefly share with us, your PhD thesis. I always find it very intriguing, the way that you said you had combined music and linguistics, and I'm sure our students also would like to know what that was about. When they think of topics for research, it would be nice if they could also think of some out of the box topics like you did. And you did it at FLU, so you could maybe just speak about that for a few minutes.
Sure, I'd love to do that. I'd probably come to college and interact with the students. It's just this online thing is really not fun at all. I will surely come to college and talk about it. I don't want to eat into anybody's time, but I just like to leave you with this idea that we have of rhythm in music is something that is applicable to language as well, right? Each language has its own rhythm, and ultimately both of these faculties, both of these human gifts that we have are comprised of sound, and these sounds form larger and larger hierarchical structures, and they are kind of organized into rhythmic units. And this is what basically I had worked on, the perception of rhythm in language and music. And I'd love to come and talk to you guys about it at some point.
I think we will take you up on that offer. Thank you.
Thanks. Was anybody able to solve the list of prepositions? Does anyone want to kind of think of the feeling that you had with?
Ashley, were there any answers?
No, ma'am. Unfortunately, I didn't get it. I didn't get any answers, but we have.
That's okay. You can think about this. Also discuss it among your friends. This becomes excellent, discussion material because it's something that we've sort of seen for the first time, and there's endless stuff that one can talk about. So, yeah, please feel free to discuss it and also get in touch if there's any more. The references that you saw there, I could always share them again, and it'll be really wonderful if you guys can just read these books for reading pleasure, even if nothing else. And do join linguistics. It is one of the most fascinating and humbling disciplines that I can think of. It has taught me a lot, and I think we see that even in today's conference, where we're actually putting English in its rightful place. It's not. While on the hierarchy of languages, it sits right on top of the pyramid, but it also does have its own place and functions, and so do all the languages that we have and that we use and interact in. So thank you so much again for having me. I'm really grateful.
Thank you. We have one question for you. It's from Sasha, and she's asking, with this method of connecting meaning to words, is it possible to learn any language in this way?
I think so. I think the examples that I gave you were also from Hindi, right? So if you apply the same sort of mechanism, if you say, for example, the counterpart for in Hindi is me, in Gujarati it is ma, in Marathi it is at. These are the languages that I know off the top of my head, and you can have the same. You have the same kind of extensions, right? You say, "मैंने गुस्से में ये बोल दिया," या फिर प्यार में, या फिर कठिनाई में. So you have the same ways in which these special particles are being extended to abstract phenomena. So definitely, I think it is very productive for a lot of the languages, because these are universal phenomena. After all, they are not specific to English.
Thank
I
you.
think
Thank
Dr.
you.
Rao wants to say something.
Yes, Dr. Rao, yes. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that very interesting talk, Shireen. Just as a footnote, when Zamenhof was designing Esperanto, this was one of the considerations that among the languages he knew, prepositions were really tricky beasts. They were different kinds of metaphors that they worked with and so on. He didn't quite phrase it that way. So he, in fact, finally also, apart from the usual prepositions, also decided on or invented a imprecise or indefinite preposition, je, it's called, ye in Esperanto. And that is a kind of all-purpose thing when the usual ones don't apply, or they apply so different across different languages. So it was a stroke of genius, that little bit of ye.
Yeah.
So
Thanks for sharing that. Yeah.
used in multiple contexts. Just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashley, for such fabulous support. I think he just knew my work, and he just knew what I wanted to say right from the beginning. Thank you so much for all your help with the presentation.
I was really glad to have you. Thanks a lot. Over to you, Shrutima.
Yeah. Any more questions, or Susan, can we move on to the next part of the conference then? Okay, so thank you. And to continue with the next part of the conference, we have Dr. Preeti Oza continuing and carrying forward the next part. Yeah, over to you, Preeti, ma'am.
Yeah, I'd just like to, sorry, I was talking, I didn't realize I was muted.
Okay.
I was thanking Shruti and Shireen for this session. And yeah, you already invited Preeti ma'am. So yeah, she can take over now. Is she here? Is Preeti ma'am here?
Yes, she's in the meeting.
Okay.
Preeti ma'am, can you hear us?
Okay, in case she's not here right now, I will just call on our two presenters. This is our second and last session, paper presentation session for today. Miss Nisha Irene Vaanmathi, and she is going to present her paper on sign language of English, introduction, grammar, and acquisition. Like with the previous session, I'd just like to request the presenters to try and finish within the allotted time of 20 minutes to allow us to have more time for questions and discussions after your papers. So yes, Nisha, you can go ahead. I think you're muted.
I have unmuted.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Is there a problem?
I'm used to only Google Meet, so I do not know.
Your voice.
At the bottom, yeah, at the bottom there is something called share screen.
Yeah,
can you see a green button? Just share screen.
Okay.
And can you speak louder, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Miss Shireen, Miss Nisha, I suggest you keep your mic a bit closer to your mouth. It would probably help.
Sure. So am I audible now?
A bit better.
I think you need to be a little louder.
Okay, yeah, sure, ma'am. Thank you so much. So thanks for the opportunity. Good evening, everyone. My name is Nisha Irene Vaanmathi, and I'll be presenting on the topic sign language of the English. All right. So I'll be focusing on American Sign Language and British Sign Language, ASL and BSL. So before that, I have to mention the fact that ASL and BSL, these are non-English in the sense they are not variant of English language. They do not ape the structure or the form of English language. Rather, they have their independent grammar and structure. So having said this, ASL and BSL in these two languages are entirely different, even though in America and Britain they have English as their mother tongue. These two sign languages are different from each other. In fact, ASL has more in common with French Sign Language. So they are not a gestured version of the spoken language. So generally, sign languages are not named after a spoken language. So they are categorized based on the region itself. So we have American Sign Language, British Sign Language, Indian Sign Language, and Bangalore variety of sign language within India, and the Hyderabad variety, but we do not have anything like Hindi Sign Language or Tamil Sign Language, and so. So with this claim that language instantiation is independent of its modality, so this forms a solid ground to undertake research on sign languages. So this claim that language instantiation is independent of its modality, it says modality refers to the medium in which the language is expressed. For example, according to, sorry, I forgot to share this. Yeah. So the claim, this is the claim. So according to the modularity hypothesis, modularity of mind, there are several modules in the brain, and language is a module which is not related to any other module. It is a separate faculty in the brain. So, but language needs a medium to express itself. Though it is a separate module in the brain, it needs a medium to express itself. So in the case of spoken language, the medium is oral medium. That is, the language is produced orally and it is perceived orally. And the physical entity here is sound. So if in the absence of the medium, if one medium is not available, language starts looking for another possible medium. So that's when sign language happens. So here it uses the medium, manual, visual medium. Language is produced manually and it is perceived visually. So as language is innate, it is just the medium through which the language is being expressed. So yeah. and the basic elements of sign language. Sign is the basic unit in sign language. Sign is the counterpart of lexical words in spoken language. So they too have sublexical units. As Shireen said, the smaller units will form a meaningful, full-fledged meaningful sign. So the formational elements that are the handshake. Handshake is the shape that the hand takes. It could be a closed fist handshake. It could be extended finger handshake, or it could be open finger handshake. It could be anything. And the hand movement. The movement, the direction in which the hand moves. It could be away from the signer. It could be toward the signer. It could be up and down movement or side to side. And hand location, the place where the hand is placed. And orientation. Orientation refers to the palm visuality, whether it is palm up or palm down, or palm facing the signer or palm facing the addressee, and so on. So these formational elements are also called parameters. If one parameter is changed, it can bring about a meaning change. Just like we have in spoken language, if there is a word bin, so no. Individually they are meaningless, but together they form a meaningful word, which is bin. The same way, the handshake, movement, and location, together they bring out, together they make a meaningful sign. Suppose if I change the handshake, one element, or if I change the hand movement, it brings about a meaning change. For example, in ASL I mean American Sign Language, in ASL, the sign for summer is this. You keep the little bent index finger on the forehead. And if keeping the same handshake, if you bring it down to the chin, it means dry. So it is the same handshake, but the movement is different. The location is different. Whereas if you keep the extended finger on the chin, it means red. And having the same location, if you change the handshake, if you keep the V handshake, it means fruit. So change in one element can bring about a meaning change with these formation elements. All right. So the signing space, the body posture is an important factor in sign language because it cannot move beyond the signing space, which includes the upper part of the body and the head. So this is one factor that differentiates sign language from mimes or dance. Because in mimes or dance, you use a wide space. For example, if someone wants to show sweeping the floor, they have to stoop down and do the action. They have to act out the event. But in sign language, it is restricted to the upper body and the head. Using the hand and the fingers location movement, you have to make the sign within the signing space. All right. Okay. Body posture, handshake, hand movement, location, orientation. These are the formation elements. Okay. Together they give rise to manual signs. So manual signs may be iconic or non-iconic. So iconic, there is one-to-one relation between the sign and its meaning. Example, write, eat, and so on. Non-iconic, arbitrary signs like play. We use this sign for play, and jump. All right, so these are non-iconic signs. So apart from the manual signs, there are also non-manual markers. Non-manual markers are the grammatical markers. All right. So since functional categories are indispensable, the grammatical categories are indispensable to any natural language. So the universal grammar UG has to be observed in any natural language. So we are going to look at the functional categories in sign language, how they are manifested in sign language. So according to Liddell, functional categories are represented by non-manual markers. Non-manual markers include head and upper body movements like tensed lips, frown, or shoulder shift, and so on. They play a crucial role in expressing the grammar of sign language, such as yes-no questions, relative clause constructions, argument features, and so on. All right. So non-manual markers, and coming to the grammatical categories, we have pronominals here. So pronominals making reference they refer to person by assigning a space in the sign, assigning a point in the signing space. So that for first person, it is always the body center locus. All right. And for the second person, it is the front locus. So how do we do that? Using you pointing the index finger. So when we refer to the first person, so it is you are referring to the body center locus for first person I, and for second person, pointing the index finger at the front locus for you. And for third person, if the person is present, then we can refer to the person, or in the absence of third person referent, we can establish a referential point in the signing space. Then you can refer back to that throughout the discourse. So basically, when you do that, it could be, you can associate that person, that space with the person, any mannerism or anything that you find notable in the person, you can use that along with the assigning the index. So for number reduplication, that is, if you have roses, you can say for this is rose and roses, and you can also use cardinals, 1 rose, 2 roses, in the case of British Sign Language. So in American Sign Language, you can use they use arc movement, all right, and then consecutive points in the signing space, you, and the, all. And gender. So this is the representation of 5 features as we see in any natural language. So gender attribution is not very evident in ASL and BSL, but they describe the referent. Suppose if John has got spectacles, then they can show spectacles, John, and the referential index. But in Indian Sign Language, we do have the gender in the case of third person. So for he, it is this, and for she, it is this. So we see the exact thing happening in spoken language. We do not have gender for first or second person, but we have it for the third person. The same thing we see in sign language, that they have gender attribution only in the third person verb. All right. So we have verb agreement here. We have seen making reference to people, and for first person, second person, and third person, they are also used for verb agreement, to show verb agreement, because in both the cases, the movement is directed toward the referent. All right. So in the means of by moving the hand toward the referent, the verb agrees for person. For example, if I say, I give it to you. Okay, before that, there are 2 verb categories in sign language. One, directional verbs and static verbs. So it is only the directional verbs that show verb agreement and not static verbs. So static verbs such as eat, write, think, and so on. Whereas directional verbs are directional in nature. If I say, I give it to you. All right. So the hand, the movement of the hand is from the signer, and it is moving toward the object, from the subject toward the object. The same way, if I say, you give it to me, the movement of the hand starts from the subject and it is coming toward the object. This way, the hand agrees with the subject, the verb, the movement, in terms of the movement, the verb give agrees with the subject and the object. All right, this is what we mean by verb agreement in sign language. So coming to tense, we have in ASL, we have an independent lexical sign. It is not bound with the verb. It is an independent sign, and also they use adverbs of time like yesterday, today, tomorrow, and so on. If you want to say, tomorrow I will go to the market, so it would be tomorrow I will go to the market. So in this case, you can leave out the will. You need not use the future marker. And in some independent lexical sign are for past, one is this way, and say past, and this means formally. All right. So these are some of the independent lexical signs. Next, we have relative clause constructions. In ASL, it is a set of non-manual markers, including head tilt, forward, eyebrow raise, and tensed upper lip. So these set of non-manual markers, they distinguish relative clause constructions from a declarative sentence, from a sentence. So if you look at the example here, recently dog chased cat from home. Okay, so here the bar above this shows that where the bar shows the place where the non-manual markers fall. So if you see here, recently dog chased cat. This is the relative clause construction, the dog which recently chased the cat. All right, so it falls here and it stops when the sentence resumes, when the main clause resumes. So it falls only in the relative clause constructions, and then it stops when the main clause resumes. So recently dog chased cat, who would be with head tip forward, eyebrow raise, and tensed upper lip. Recently dog chased cat from home. Then it rests. So these manual markers play a major role in distinguishing the sentence from a relative clause construction. All right. So next we have acquisition, native and non-native acquisition of sign language. So here we have not all deaf children are born to deaf parents. In fact, 90% of the deaf children are born to hearing parents. So in this case, when deaf children are born to deaf parents, they acquire sign language natively. Even if the parents are not fluent signers, still the children, they acquire the language, they normalize it. Even with insufficient input. In the case of deaf children, when they are born to hearing parents, they are not exposed to sign language, and they are fed with manually coded inadequate data. So what happens is they develop a gestural communication system using home signs. Those are very fragmentary, idiosyncratic signs. So because the parents do not know sign language. So this home sign system is not intelligible to people outside the family. Only the family members will develop a system to communicate with the deaf person in the family. So though it has some structural, it has got some structural regularity and consistency. It is not as complex as spoken language. So when this is the acquisition, and there are stages of development that we see, and from this we know that UG, even deaf children obey the principles of UG. All right, so babbling. Just like hearing children, deaf children do go through a stage of manual babbling. Sorry, very sorry. So they kind of make some hand movements and ill-formed hand movements and handshake, and they keep it in different positions on the body. So later on, gradually, this develops into a full-fledged sign. So the first signs, they begin around 6 to 8 months of age, and these first signs are more like gestures. They are not fully formed words, but they are more like gestures. And if you see 6 to 8 months, this is much earlier than what happens with learning the first word in hearing children, children who learn spoken language. So this could be because the muscular coordination happens much earlier than the oral organs for speech. So the real
Isha,
sign,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but yeah, can you wrap up in 2-3 minutes?
Sure. Yeah, I will. Thank you. So here the real signs begin at the age of 11 months. So this will have the proper phonological elements in it, and mommy, daddy, milk, and so on. And 2-word stage. So the first word combinations begin around the age of 1.5, and here they use grammatical morphology, and this looks more like a telegraphic speech. They do not use any grammar here, daddy, gift, drink juice, and so on. Okay, so 2 and 3 sign sentences begin around the age of 2 years, and some grammatical morphology also begins at it includes verb agreement as well. And basics are just like the hearing children, the basics are acquired around the age of 5. So this supports the idea of innate component for language acquisition, not only with spoken language, but also for sign language. So I have given references, and yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'll request Dr. Preeti Oza to take over.
Yes, sorry, I had some network issues. So in the beginning of the session, I was just out of the Zoom, and then again I had to re-enter. Professor Nisha, thank you so much for such a wonderful session. And if any questions from the participants, because chat box is not, I mean, we don't have any questions put up here. But then, ma'am, I just wanted to have one, observation here that when you're talking about the specific movements and its own, interpretations and all, don't you think that it is meant for highly, trained individuals to get into this kind of sign and symbols and language use and interaction? Because for the laymen and maybe regular users, I don't think this will be a kind of a use or usage we will be able to continue the way with the kind of expertise what you have explained. So what is your observation on that? What is your
are you talking about the acquisition part?
Yes, yes.
Reading the signs, the first sign and all that.
Ma'am, I'm talking about the acquisition also and the use of this language to convey the meanings to that specific group of either students or the users of the language. So what my understanding is, it has to be a complete, training provided to the user first, and then only we can indulge into this kind of, interaction. So what is your take on this?
I mean, I really didn't understand your question. Do you mean to say someone, the one who has to study the language, and then I didn't get your question.
I just try using an example here. Say, for example, I would like to use this for some specific, group of students, a kind of sign language.
This means
no. I would like to. I might be wrong, but then I would like to just ask that: is it possible for any regular trainer, regular maybe teacher, I would like to say a communicator, to use this without training?
Could you please be a specific communicator using sign language?
Yes.
Sign language.
What kind of training goes into that, and why it is such a specific thing? Can't we make it a little bit, a kind of a maybe inclusive, where people with little bit training also will be able to communicate a bit with them? Is this possible?
Of course, there are places, centers where we can learn sign language, and because sign language is not invented by hearing people, it emerges within the community. So there are places where you can learn sign language and you can use it wherever you want. Either you want to teach children, or you can be, if you want to be an interpreter, you can do that. I mean, is this what you're asking?
Yeah, just a minute. I think we have one more question. So I think my query also might get answered in that. So Sasha is asking, what is the easiest way for a person with absolutely no background in sign language to learn it? And my question was how to use it.
Okay, this person is deaf or he's hearing? Which group are you talking about? Are you talking about the deaf community or the hearing community?
I guess hearing community.
Hearing community. See, if a hearing child is born to deaf parents, then the child acquires both spoken as well as sign language. All right. So the child actually acquires. He or she does not need to learn it. Whereas if you're born to hearing parents and you're also hearing, if you want to learn sign language at some point, you can always learn it. Then the learning happens. And if a deaf child is born to hearing parents, the child is not exposed to sign language, and also the child has no access to the sound. So the child, as I said, it is fed with inadequate manually coded data. So that is what we call spoken language, which is very fragmentary. So when these people go to a school where they teach sign language, when they meet other children who have the same background, home signing background, a sign language spontaneously emerges within the community. They give birth to a language. So children are not able to only acquire a language, but they give birth to a language. So they come up with words, and even at later stage the functional categories are found in their signing, and that signing is not even intelligible to the hearing teachers. So that is how it happens.
I think this is now a little bit clear. I think we have one more question. Alvina is asking, what's the relation with English language in particular?
Okay, so as I said in the beginning, English language is a language and sign language is another language, just like Chinese or any other language. English, there is no such thing like English Sign Language because they are not a variant of English language or any spoken language. It has its independent structure and grammar. So they don't ape the structures or they are not derived from the spoken language. So we do not have English Sign Language. Generally, it is not named after spoken language because it has no connection. In fact, hearing impaired children, they do not know what is happening in spoken language. So there is no way they can, it follows a structure or anything. It is a separate language altogether. It is the language faculty that is using a different medium and it is expressing the language. So language is in the mind, it is in it. It is not in the speech organs, right?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so very much.
Yeah.
I think this is a very interesting take on today's entire, language and linguistic and literature oriented session. And thank you so very much. Dr. Susan, can we invite the next presenter, set of presenters? I mean?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Yes. So thank you, Professor Nisha. And now we have a very interesting paper titled Back to School. And we have three presenters with us, Dr. Sucharita Sarkar, Dr. Anusha Ramanathan, and Dr. Lakshmi Muthukumar. And I think now the stage is all yours. Three very individual, very independent, very beautiful, and our own. Because every year we find a support from all of you for our own conference. Welcome once again, Dr. Lakshmi Muthukumar, and the floor is all yours, ma'am.
So just share screen. Just tell me if my screen is visible, yeah?
I also sent shared that PPT with the conference email ID. I don't know whether.
No, I think it's okay. I see it. I'll do it.
Anusha is here. Right.
I'm here.
Yeah, Anusha is very much here. Am I audible?
Yeah, to
yes,
me.
Yes, Lakshmi.
Just. Is the PPT visible to you all?
It is.
All right. So yeah, this presentations, first of all, let me thank St. Andrews for giving the three of us this opportunity. Thanks so much, Dr. Marie and Susan, Preeti, and the Department of English. Well, we are basically trying to present the thesis that the results of a fragmentary approach towards the teaching of English in all the state-run schools are in front of us today, because most of them follow a prescriptive grammar. So we are trying to make a case for a discourse grammar approach, which is in keeping with the constructivist approach of NEP 2020. This image struck me as very appropriate in order to be as inclusive as this conference itself has been. I think it's been amazingly inclusive, right? Taking up perspectives that are so inclusive. And Anusha was just observing that almost all the presentations have been gunning for a non-prescriptive approach. Yeah. So I think ours being the concluding paper, I hope will give more food for thought and deliberations. The need of the hour is indeed to look at the disparities in the intake that most degree colleges are facing today, that even after 14 years of formally being trained in English, they don't feel empowered enough to produce grammatically correct sentences or grammatically correct language. The problem is perhaps that there is too much of a focus on sentence-based grammar and not on discourse grammar. So we are trying to make a case for discourse grammar. Let's just look at our presentation flow. Sucharita, Dr. Sucharita will be beginning by analyzing the current education system. She will be showcasing the disparate levels of proficiency among the college students who come to us at the degree college level, and also be focusing on the needs of college students. Anusha then will be, Dr. Anusha Ramanathan will then be looking at the NEP 2020. And finally, I will take over by trying to identify possible solutions and steps ahead. Yes, so I think Sucharita, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah. So since Lakshmi was sharing the screen, right? So I can just go straight ahead. This is an excellent slide which was prepared by Anusha. I'm just giving the voiceover for it. As you can see from the screen that the bulk of the schools are public schools, which are usually in vernacular medium. Depending on the state they are in, they are medium of instruction is usually the state language or Hindi. And whereas the bulk of students are gravitating towards private schools. The data she has provided is from the website of the UIDSC, which is an excellent resource for gathering data of this kind. So while private schools are 22.4%, so that's around 22.5% of the total number of schools, these schools contain 35.1. So that's a significant, there's a gap. So of the total number of students. That means what? That means there is definitely an aspirational status of English. There have been billions of articles about this. And also because it offers certain socioeconomic benefits, which speakers before us have talked about. Now, in these two kind of schools, the private and the public, we usually see a difference in the kind of English which is being taught. The English medium schools teach what is called first language English, and the vernacular medium schools teach the ESL, that's English as second language. Lakshmi, can you move to the next slide, please? Yeah. So what is the basic difference in terms of English acquisition in the English medium schools? All subjects are taught in English from the pre-primary stage. So there is obviously more exposure to English. Children speak in English with teachers and schoolmates. So they grow up in an environment where they are more familiar with English. And whereas in the vernacular medium schools where ESL is taught, it is taught not right from the beginning, not at the pre-primary level, but mostly from the primary onwards. Whereas earlier it was, I think the policy was standard 5 in a lot of states. In Bengal, where I grew up, it was standard 6, where children are 10 or 10 plus years old. And in some states, it is nowadays, I think in Maharashtra right now, it's taught from standard 1. So the children are around 6 years or a little below, a little above that age. And all other subjects are taught in vernacular. Now, the stages of second language acquisition are, there are like 5 stages. Like there's a pre-production stage where children mimic what they just hear and get familiar. And then there's an early production stage. Then there is a stage of speech emergence, a stage of intermediate fluency, and a stage of advanced fluency. So it is immediately obvious to us that placing children in these two different type of schools will equip them differently in terms of English language acquisition. And we also have to remember that by the time they come to us in our higher secondary institutes, not just English, but all other subjects are also taught in English, not just the English as communication language or communication skills or business communication. All other subjects are taught in English. So that often turns out to be a difficult a problem for vernacular medium students. So, and behavioral studies have also indicated that if children are exposed to 2 languages or even more than that by age of 7, they gain proficiency in both the languages. And that's one theory. I'm sure there are contesting theories. So simply put, language is naturally acquired, and I'm putting this in quotes, if exposure occurs before schooling years and it is consciously learned through exposure during or after schooling years. So learning a second or a third language is most easy when done before, or at least in the pre-primary stage when the child is really young, before 5 or 7. Okay, which is definitely not what is being done in the case of ESL in our country, in a lot of states. Okay, and there is also the disruptive, the disbalances which occur if students are coming to us from different curriculum. 3 most common curriculum we get are students coming in from HSC, most of whom have ESL. There are HSC schools which have English as first language, but that's really, really small, or very small minority. So in HSC 12th standard, we don't have time to go deep into the syllabus. I'll just focus very briefly on this. They have one English paper, which is both language and literature combined. And there is a kind of a grammar portion of 12 marks and an 80-mark paper in both standards 11 and 12. And as per the HSC English syllabus, they say that our focus has to be not on the rules of grammar, but on the use of grammar. So the focus has to be, as they say, I'm quoting again, on the functional aspects of grammar and not on the formal ones. So again, it aligns with what we've been saying, that we need to look at grammar from a meaning making as perspective rather than a sentence-based perspective. But if you look at the syllabus that they provide, they are still using terms associated with traditional grammar, tenses, types of sentences, clauses, verbs of perception, voice and conversion, reported speech, modal auxiliaries. So it's again, what they're doing is using the vocabulary of traditional grammar, but assessing is being done probably on a more functional basis. So, there arises a question of whether this is confusing for the children. Now, if you look over to the ISC board, which is the continuation of the ICSE board, the 11th and 12th, they have 2 separate papers, one on literature, one on language. If you look at the slide, you will see that the literature, the pieces the texts that they're supposed to study are texts which are, I will say, at a higher level of difficulty than a lot of the texts which say students of HSC or even students of CBSE study. So in fact, ISC and ICSE both have entire Shakespearean plays that the children have to learn. There are pros and cons to that, but the point is they are familiar with a larger variety of English than students of other boards are. So even they have a grammar portion, which is a 15-mark portion and an 80-mark paper. And according to the ISC board, it's supposed to test them on, again, I'm putting grammar, structure, and usage. So again, the thrust is on functional aspect. But if you again look at the textbooks in ICC schools, they use the terminology and the vocabulary of traditional prescriptive grammar. Finally, we come to CBSE. Again, the framing of the syllabus has a thrust towards functional grammar. So they say, again, I'm quoting, to enable the children to use grammatical structures accurately and appropriately. And they have paid particular attention to, again, I'm quoting, passive forms used in scientific and innovative writings, and the conversion of one kind of sentence or clause into a different kind of structure. So at the end of standard 11, they have a grammar portion of 8 marks out of 100-mark, 80-mark paper, 20 marks is for internal assessment. So 8 marks. And in the post-lockdown period, there is no grammar assessment at all in their 12th standard CBSE 12th standard paper. So that's you can see there are discrepancies and disparities. So there's an emphasis on functional grammar in all three cases, but the teaching is done through traditional grammar vocabularies. And of course, there are levels of difficulty in the different literature texts chosen by each board. Now, so the question is, do we actually do not implement the terminology of functional grammar? Functional grammar has its own separate terminology, like noun groups and verb groups. We don't teach them like this in any of these three boards, adjective groups or the metafunctions of clauses, which was developed by Michael Halliday in the 1960s and then further modified. So what we do is implement the principles of functional grammar in limited and different ways. So that leads to a lot of confusion in terms of language acquisition, language use, and it also, the classrooms that we get are very mixed in terms of the levels of, English skills, I can say. So that's a bit of my part, and I will hand this over to Anusha, who's next.
Thanks, Sucharita. I will quickly sum up. It is basically the idea of setting the context as to what we are proposing, which Lakshmi will focus on. The fact that our assessments, and I think a lot has been spoken about, June was talking about assessment in college as well, is still focused on a rote learning mechanism, is focused on a uniform standard answer that one requires. And someone could mute Sheila, it would be great. Thank you. If we are looking at the assessment pattern, we are looking at the fact that there is NEP 2020 that has come in, and of course, Sucharita has laid out that across syllabuses that we follow in India, we have a focus on rote learning and prescriptive grammar mechanisms largely. And we are not as being advised by Dr. Pandey, by all the speakers and the presenters to a certain extent in different ways, of the fact of constructing knowledge for ourselves, meaning making, which is exactly what the NEP 2020 has put forth in holistic learning mechanisms. It is talking about language learning in the situated context, in culture, understanding sociocultural dynamics, etc. And definitely COVID-19 has led us to certain innovations in adoption of technology, adoption of resources which are non-textbook, which are video-based, which are also open source, which are from other areas. So it is now the moment to kind of, leverage everything that we have been doing in the past year and a half. Despite all the calamities, there have been certain bright silver linings, definitely. The reason why we are talking about it as college teachers, talking about back to school, is because NEP 2020 talks about a university, college, school nexus, and understanding that the BA, B.Ed curriculum may need to get merged, that teaching colleges may not be, because they are the teachers preparing them for pedagogy of learning, they may required to also understand the content, and we are definitely ensuring that these can merge better if we all have a collaboration with schools and understand the dynamics there. We also are very aware that the suicide rate among students to a large extent is the highest in the world, is in India. Is exactly between the age group of 14 to 25. And the reason very often is because there is a lack of preparedness and there is very high aspiration. And that balance is not struck well. And one element that comes in is the fact that as people were pointing out, and Susan had said in one of her comments even early in the morning, that there is an aspiration to move out. It is the gateway to progress, and English language learning is seen as that kind of key to open the world of opportunities. And we need to see how we can make that change. And all of us as educationists need to come forth. And so what we are proposing is what Lakshmi is going to lay out for us.
Okay. Before I go ahead, can I just request the organizers, is someone on unmute and there's a lot of background noise. So yeah, if that person could be muted. Thank you so much. So why are we interrogating? Why do we feel the need to interrogate the fragmentary approach and the lack of discourse grammar approach and go back to school? And why are we saying that we should go back to school? This is actually the result of a feedback analysis. Thanks to NAC and autonomy, we have been doing a feedback, right, on curriculum. And as part of the feedback analysis, this just struck me that if 90.8% of the respondents in our college were actually keen to improve their English, it's set me thinking primarily that what is it that is, leading to this state? Because after 14 years of learning English formally in a classroom, given the disparate nature of the boards that, as Dr. Sucharita was talking about, different boards, in spite of that, if 90.8% of the respondents at the first year of the degree college undergraduate BA program are saying that they want to improve their English, why have they not acquired the necessary proficiency? And that is why I felt that there is a need for synergy, and we got together, Dr. Anusha, Dr. Sucharita and I, because we feel that there is too much of an investment tone all the time, right? Whereas at the degree college level, given the dangers, given the pitfalls of the fragmentary approach, given the pitfalls of approaching English grammar as sentence grammar and not as discourse grammar, right? We need to therefore perforce adopt a reinforcement tone at the degree college level. And what miracles can we work every semester given just that 90-day teaching period, right? If 14 years of this kind of training did not empower them with the requisite skills in speaking, reading, listening and writing, correct or even acceptable level of English, then there is a problem, right? We cannot be doing the same thing over and over again. There has to be a synergy somewhere that makes us revisit how the language is taught right from primary to secondary to junior college and even in the degree. We need to revisit the approach towards skill. We need to focus on allowing the learners to generate language more, give them opportunities to practice listening and speaking more. In arts, let us just review the status at the UG level. In arts, there's a compulsory course titled Communication Skills in English, just in the first and the second semester. In commerce, there's a compulsory course called Business Communication in the first and the second semester. In the science stream, there is absolutely no course that teaches the learners skills in English. Does this mean that science students don't need English, which is a medium in which they study, which is a medium in which they will communicate in their professional lives, in their academic lives? So this is something that we really need to interrogate. When we look at the advantages of the communication skills in English course that is run at the arts level, arts stream, we see that there are certain pros. And what are these advantages? There is a concentration on specific learner outcomes. These learner outcomes are also measurable. There is also a certain amount of confidence building, which we see happening through semester 1 and 2. But the problem is that after the first and second semester, this course does not continue. Then communication skills in English is out of the window, which is as if they don't require it at all. So at the time that they are actually graduating, when their motivation levels are highest to, pay attention to and apply these skills, there is absolutely no sign of any such course, right? Items, the disadvantages of the course are that items are taught as discrete entities, that there is a disconnect, as I said, after the first and second semester, and the focus is constantly on testing, which is, I think, one of the major disadvantages. What is the need of the hour then? There is every need that a balance be struck between linguistic competence and communicative competence. That the learning curve from semester 1 to semester 6 has to be monitored as reflective of the learner's progress. And therefore, yes, the advantages of such an approach will be that items taught will be fresh in the learner's minds as they require these skills in order to communicate effectively in their careers, as much academic as professional. And their motivation levels will naturally be at their peak during the 5th and 6th semesters. So yes, a possible solution, even though it is a pipe dream, is that communication skills in English be made compulsory for all 6 semesters of the undergraduate BA, BSc, and BCom programs. And in a graded form, maybe certain items can be introduced in the context of discourse grammar in a non-fragmentary manner. This will exponentially increase their contact hours spread over 6 semesters for each learner. Currently, it's only 45 lectures in one semester with 15 tutorials, which is like 60 lectures, literally. And the course is only taught for the first 2 semesters. Keeping the ticking clock in mind, very quickly, let us do a reality check. Will this kind of a proposal be accepted in an age where there are hardly any NOCs coming for aided courses? This will ask for a major increase in the workload. It will ask for English teachers to be recruited more. If such a policy measure is not taken, what can an institution do? If the institution is autonomous, the institution can definitely launch a value-added course spread over 6 semesters. This value-added course can have 30 contact hours with a great amount of focus on the learner generating language, right? And this can be, the progress of the student can be monitored over 6 semesters because the student is going to be with you in your college for 6 semesters. This is only a suggestion, of course. And thank you so much for your kind attention. We will be happy to take any questions and your feedback.
Thank you, all the beautiful presenters here. It was kind of, I actually didn't realize that it is now coming to end so quickly, because then we wanted it to, go on so many areas you have actually touched upon, Dr. Lakshmi, Dr. Sucharita, Dr. Anusha. Before we take questions, just one real basic question, because I think you have not answered some of the, in fact, you have just thrown upon some queries on all of us to little ponder over. Maybe these are some of the areas where it's like we have actually encouraged that sense of inquiry, whether are we, whatever we are doing it right way, is this the right way to do? Or so questions are there, of course. I would like to ask one of your question to you as a team. See now, Anusha ma'am has started with NEP 2020, right? And then I think if we looked at the other provisions at the school level, especially, the kind of focus given to and the kind of stress given to the mother tongue or the vernacular language, it is much more, we can actually sense that kind of a stress on the system right now. And then a kind of perceived conflict of interest and perceived resistance also is coming across in different forms, maybe research papers, maybe other deliberations. So in this kind of a new scenario, maybe next 5 years, when schools are going to be a little bit more independent, of course junior college is proposed to be again an extended part of the school as far as Maharashtra and UP and other states are concerned. So in that case, where the child is actually getting a lot of inputs in the local language, maybe by a policy decision, maybe by force, maybe by change in the entire structure. And when the child, when that grown up youngster comes to us as a young adult learner, don't you think it will add into the problems already we are facing when more or less in Mumbai colleges, when we are getting our students from English medium, so-called English medium schools? So what is your take on that perceived problem maybe after 5 years? Because the kind of conflict which is now going to be, it will be very, very open in the system. A child who is learning local language, vernacular, Marathi, Hindi, till the age of maybe 5th class. And then when English is now, again, I have my own problems with that. But then when they are actually suggesting to introduce English at the age of, the class of 3rd or the 5th, that means at the age of 9 or 10 years of life. What do you think, that English is going to be a little actual foreign or will be a kind of a system? Sorry, my question is a little bit longer, but then I just couldn't stop saying all these things in front of you all three. Yes.
So I'll take the first shot at this question. It's a very relevant question, and a lot of people are constantly asking about it. The idea of multilingualism, and I know this is an English language teaching seminar, but the multilingualism concept is that the home language is the language in which the child learns. The problem in India is the fact that 38% of our population is internal migrants, which is a huge number. And so we have seen the fact that home language, there is no one home language. It has been spoken about in the morning sessions as well, so I won't repeat it too much. But it is not one home language. Sometimes there are people of two different communities with two different languages or dialects or whatever you want to call them, speaking that language as a mother and father. In addition to it, there's a caregiver. In addition to it, there may be a society in the community which has got another language. And then there is a school language where the classroom language and the playground language may be totally different. And the child has to grapple with all of this. If you're going into Northeast, for instance, in say places like Manipur, etc., we have gone into classes in Kendra Vidyalaya schools where you have 30 students and you have 15 different dialects that those children speak. And some of those dialects are so different that they can't understand each other. So where is the notion of which home language to use is a grappling question for the school. That's a different point altogether. Your question was on English. The idea of the child having learned one language properly and coming into another language and being able to use that language as scaffolding is the idea that generates this philosophy that NEP propounds. However, we do realize, and all of us as teachers have been saying, that students now know no language. Forget English language, it is even the mother tongue that the child is perhaps not aware of or is aspirant to. However, what Sucharita had pointed out in her first slide of the fact that private schools are moving towards, the students' concentration is more in private schools. Schools are just about 22.4%, private schools are just about 22.4%, but the number of students in those are 33%, which is a kind of skewed mechanism. If you have more than 50% of government schools, but less than 50% of students in those government schools all over India, you do realize that there is an aspiration that the parents are making and there is a choice that parents are making. So while the NEP propounds it, we do know that Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and other places like even Chhattisgarh are looking at introducing English from the early on periods. Whether that is good or bad, I am not going to comment on in this particular session. That's a long debate. To talk to the point that you raised, isn't it going to be more problematic, is exactly what we also think. And that is why Lakshmi said that we would have the value-added courses and that we need to ensure and we need to assume that we will have to go back to school when they are actually in college. And I think that sums up one of the points to cover up in terms of it. Over to you, Sucharita and Lakshmi.
Yes, Anusha ma'am, rightly put. Absolutely. Go back to school. Exactly.
That is where the answer lies.
There was one question in the chat box. I think this is from Sasha. She's asking, what would it take to make these necessary changes to the syllabus and who would have to be approached? Yes, Sasha's question is for all of you. All of us, rather?
It depends on which syllabus, right? So as Lakshmi pointed out, autonomous colleges can make their own choice. Universities will have to, work, and we have to work towards the universities changing syllabi, bringing in these as value-added courses, applied components, etc. So it will be at the university level if you're looking at it. At the board level, as Sucharita was saying, it will have to be the CBSE board, the ICSE board, etc. that we're approaching, which can be tackled through the Ministry of Education. Ministry of Education, that's the answer. UGC or whatever, yeah.
Thank you.
There are many organizations working on this. I will say that there is quite a little bit.
Just one last query. I'm so sorry to put up with, because it is so very thought provoking that we just cannot stop asking. See, this is a query coming from a person who is teaching in English department, and then again feeling little bit, taken aback sort of a thing, because I guess my own personal observation and understanding that the kind of changes which are being proposed somewhere down the line, English is not getting its own due, or maybe they want to cut English to the size as a language, or maybe as a part of communication. Sorry, I'm putting it in a little blunt manner, but in India, the kind of support system, or maybe the inclusion which is happening. So I think somewhere down the line, do you think that the supremacy of English in business, communication, culture, pop culture, society, education, development, somewhere they're all trying to little cut it down?
I don't think any attempt to cut it down is going to really work. The problem is also that there is a lot of politicization of syllabi, right? At various levels, it's highly problematic. So all we are trying to say is that even if, the NEP, once it's implemented, whatever happens with the NEP's implementation, I think the aspiration levels are forever going to be desirous of acquisition of English and improving one's skills to do with English, whatever is done to curb or to smother it, right? So one is only trying to somewhere advocate that in the training that goes into even teacher training, that goes into English teachers, aspiring English teachers, it's extremely important to have some kind of a synergy in terms of pedagogical training being given, right? In our time, there was a master's in English literature, which allowed us to specialize in teaching English as a second language. Today, after a lot of effort, an MA with specialization in ELT has been introduced, right, by the University of Mumbai. Right? Am I right, Anusha?
Yes.
There is an MA.
No, it is in the process.
It is in.
It is.
Okay.
I don't want to. I don't want to jinx it with the board of
Okay, let's not. So it is in the pipeline. So hopefully, such a move will enable people with who aspire to teach English language and literature to be armed with the pedagogy necessary to approach English language teaching. I think there's a lot of scope for work in this area. I think June Dias has been raising her hand, kept her hand raised for some time. Can the organizers please allow her to ask a question?
Yeah, I know. I think Anushka answered it in the chat box. And since you've mentioned that science has not been included in this, purview of introducing communication skills, at least at the FY level, I think we have made an attempt to do so in the autonomous process of changing the syllabi. And what we do for the students at the higher levels is give them the option of signing up for optional credit courses, through which they can get, credits up to 60 credits at any level, FY, SY, TY, and they can sign up for as many courses as they want. And each faculty member or each department can put up as many courses they want. And we have been doing that in book review writing, preparing of their CVs, writing of memoirs, etc. And I think it's progressing in that direction.
Can I just put in a comment, because I saw a comment saying that people in the 50s, born in the 50s, 60s and 70s had better English skills. One reason I feel is that because at that age, when I went to school, I was taught both languages, in fact, 3 languages, right from the beginning. Third language came in a bit later, I think from first standard, but the first and second language were there right from day 1 of school.
That is the part of the 3-language formula, also 2 languages at least coming in that they are talking about in the NEP. But
did I go?
Yeah. No, that was the point. Like what you were saying of the fact that they must
Please
learn 3
carry
languages.
on. There's some network issue at my end.
So as Sucharita was saying that, we learned more languages and the more languages we're able to learn quickly. But I think the question also then becomes that what not just Gitanjali, but earlier Preeti had been raising, Dr. Preeti Oza had been raising was that however English is to be introduced a bit later, I think the fear for a lot of educationists is that the home languages will die. So there's a linguistic concern for the languages to be kind of in use and not die out, and also that the connect between the home language and the school language be there. And that is why there is a lot of thrust in the primary grade on the home languages in the NEP policy document. Just to clarify where that is coming from does not mean that it necessarily is the right thing.
And I had one more before I got, my computer conked out. I had one more suggestion that maybe also it is time to think of, a lot of translations at the higher education level, because I don't see any reason why books in subjects like economics or physics or chemistry or engineering should only be in English. So I think if we have an alternative there, then the question of the home language is dying out is also not there, and maybe it will also create job opportunities in a more democratic way than being restricted to just English. Countries like Japan are doing it all the time. Any book you see there is translated in like 6 months. It was astounding to see freshly released books on obscure philosophers being translated within 6 months. So if they can do it, why can't we? Translation of higher education and kind of pluralizing it from just being stuck in English, because that is where the bottleneck begins, right? Whatever you learn in your school becomes irrelevant, because in the higher education institutes, you will have to pick up some amount of English. And then there is this race and when some go ahead and some fall back. That's simply not fair. So just a suggestion.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful session, and it was so very interactive in nature. But then I think we need to respect this time limit of our program. And with this, thank you so much for all the speakers, presenters, all the questions. And now handing it over to Professor Dr.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti. Thank you, all the 3 presenters, and Lakshmi, Sucharita, Anusha, and Nisha. And I think now it's time for us to smile for the cameras. We just need to take a quick screenshot. So at this point, I'd like to request everyone to just switch their cameras on, please. Ashley, are you ready?
Yes. So all the participants, paper presenters, all our faculty members are requested to please turn on their cameras. I will count you down from 3 to 1, and then please give me your biggest of smiles, because I really feel today was a really successful day with all the views put forward. So just give you all about 30 seconds, so you all could all turn on your video cameras. Right, that looks good enough. So everyone given your best smiles. I'll count it down now. So in 3, 2, 1, everyone say cheese. Thank you so much, everyone, and back to you now.
Thank you, Ashley. And I'd like to now invite Professor Shruti Warrior to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Susan. Distinguished guests, it gives me great delight to deliver the vote of thanks to all those who have been part of this conference. This was an intellectually stimulating conference with a wide range of topics, and they were all covered within this short amount of time. I would like to start by extending my vote of thanks to the keynote speaker, Dr. Cowie, and special invited speakers, Dr. Pandey, Dr. Rao, and Dr. Irani for the insightful talks, and to our paper presenters for the interesting contributions with their presentations and even the discussions that happened after the presentations. So I can gladly say this on behalf of everyone present that we were able to provide, we were provided rather with this kind of broadening of our horizons in such a short amount of time. A special thanks to our beloved principal, ma'am, Dr. Mari Fernandez, for her constant support. Her guidance and encouragement at every step of this conference has helped us immensely. I owe a special gratitude to my seniors, Dr. Susan Lobo and Dr. Preeti Oza, for their vision and taking charge of organizing this conference, working tirelessly and making it seem like it was done effortlessly. A big thank you to all the student volunteers, Trizan, Ashley, Ria, Kevin, Sasha, for helping organize this conference and providing us with their prompt help anytime we needed it. We could not have done this session without you. Last but definitely not the least, the distinguished invitees and the participants who have joined in through Zoom and through the YouTube link. We are so happy that you were able to join us today and help make this conference a tremendous success. So before we leave, just please a reminder to fill the feedback forms. Can we have the screen for that? Yeah, okay. It's posted on the chat box. So if you could just fill the feedback form and then Ashley, can you just tell them about the certificates as well?
So requesting everyone to please fill in their feedback forms, and we will be preparing and sending in a consolidated PDF version of the certificates within a week's time. I request you all to please then go to your page, and there will be instructions even mentioned in that. You will go to your page and download your respective certificate. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you once again. Yeah, so just to say that thank you to my department, Dr. Susan Lobo, Dr. Preeti Oza, Shruti Warrior, for being such an excellent department and doing so well. All our speakers for today, our keynote speaker, Claire, Cowie, and all our invited speakers, Dr. Rao, and I'm sure Esperanto will be the language that many of us start learning to use, Dr. Rao. Okay, something new that you have introduced to us, and I'm sure we'll find it all fascinating. Yes, Dr. Pandey, our very own Dr. Shireen Irani, our invited speakers, and of course other speakers who made this conference a big success. So June Dias, of course, each one brought in their own distinction and their own, expertise into this field, which really was very enriching. Yeah, students, we are very proud of you. Yeah, Ashley and Krizan, and you said Sasha and the rest of them too, yeah. So our student audience also, God bless you all. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Lakshmi, Lakshmi, lovely to hear you again. And Sucharita. I think they've all left.
Just as a reminder, once again, I have put in the link to the feedback forms in the chat box, requesting you to please fill it in. And
we're all here.
Yeah, we are all here. Yeah.
Pleasure is mutual, Mari.
Yeah. Yeah.
To be back virtually in St. Andrews.
One thing or the other, but I tried to get as much as I could. Yeah. Anyway.
Just as a parting note, I would just like to acknowledge Dr. Lakshmi Muthukumar's beautiful music, adventures, and it has been, I'm seeing her videos and YouTube, and I think, madam, let us not talk about English. Let's make music a part of language. What do you say, ma'am? So with this kind of a thing, I think let us just say a big thank you to all.
I just like to just make one or two requests, which is to stay on the WhatsApp groups until the certificates are issued. Because if there is any problem with the certificates or any questions and any communication that we still need to, give across to you, we will be using the same WhatsApp group. And I'd like the organizing team to just stay back
Yeah. Can you share the WhatsApp link, WhatsApp group link, Susan? I think
I
some
will,
of us.
on your, I'll do
Yeah.
that.
Can you also please send in your papers, please? You're also wanting to put that together. Yeah, we'd love to. Yeah. Speakers, presenters, yeah. Susan?
Yes, yes. We will,
yeah.
Send out a call for papers.
Yeah.
Ashley also just
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Please go ahead.
also just mention on the WhatsApp group that the feedback form will be open only for a limited time.
Yes, ma'am. It's only a 1 hour limited time. So it's only
Sorry? Only 1 hour?
Yes, ma'am. It is currently only set for 1 hour, but we can extend it if necessary.
The 1 hour, I don't think everyone's not going to fill it out now.
Okay,
We'll have to keep it open for a day.
Okay, fair enough. Fine.
So just check and see how many forms have been filled.
Yes, ma'am. We're standing
And then you can put a reminder on the WhatsApp group again saying that those who haven't filled it, please fill it, because otherwise the certificates will not be issued to those who haven't filled it out.
Okay, ma'am. Will do.
Yeah.
Just as a kind reminder, you have the link to the feedback form in the chat box. Once you have submitted the form, only then you are requested to please leave the meeting right away. Thank you all for being part of this, and only a request to all the OC members and the staff and the faculty members to please stay back.
Actually, we need to stop this YouTube live now.
Ashley just had one question. There was supposed to be, Kristan said 180 odd, no? How come there were only so
Susan,
many?
we are still live on YouTube.
Okay. I think you can stop the YouTube broadcast.
Ashley,